Okay, then we get started. You can already sit down. And if you want, if you have problems with your Lotus, or we call it Schneidersitz in German, you should get a pillow also, yeah, like that you can sit good. It's a good start of a class. Huh? Sit comfortable down. Yeah, because today for the SII training, we will learn the actual beginning of the 36. This is the first part. And then we will repeat, deepen, drill all the 6 principles that we worked on the last sessions, yeah, of the 36. So yeah, a lot of work to do still. And for the Mianzhang, we will then also work a bit more on the Shenfa, and then going into the whole form, practicing the rhythms and dynamics of the form a bit. Yeah, so the beginning of the 36 form is in sitting, because the 36 form is like, it's a system, but it's also almost like a Qigong meditation routine. Okay, like the Hui Chun Qigong, that will be the topic of the next season also. It's a set of exercises when you practice them together that influence each other positive and make a whole Qigong practice out of it. Yeah, and this Qigong practice starts with sitting meditation. Yeah, so we usually have sitting meditation, then moving in sitting, then a sequence, Qigong Neigong sequence in sitting, and then we stand up, then would be standing meditation, then moving meditation in standing, and from there the form is then started. So that if you would practice the form like that, you have 136 form and maybe 1 hour training. Okay, and this is not long even. You can even make it much longer according to how long you sit, how long you stand, how slow you walk the form. Yeah, therefore we go today and look into the sequence of the sitting, yeah, the sitting moving part, and then also how to stand up. Start in sitting meditation, the left foot in the front, right foot behind the left foot, and the hands form Bao and Shoyi position, right hand inside the left hand. Maybe in the end of the class we can do one time with staying here sitting, feeling a bit into the meditation with the form. But for now, I will directly go with you into the movement exercise that comes here after this meditation. This starts by bringing the hands up to the chest and out into Hunyan Drang. Then the arms open to the side, elbows stay, circle around like in the dragon, push forward. But now don't stay here in the Yin Hunyan Drang, but open and swim forward directly to the side. Here the shoulders drop, the elbows drop, and the hands start to wave back into the middle to a size of a maybe soccer ball, yeah? Like you're holding a soccer ball. Repeat from here one more time. Hunyan Drang, Yin Hunyan Drang, open, shoulder, elbow, and forming the ball. And again. From here now, we start to roll the ball, bringing the left hand on top of the right. Then the right hand circles close to the body up. And then I'm stinging forward with the right hand while the left hand goes to my belly. Yeah, so I have here the sword fingers to the front on chest level. Then I circle up, down, and then I reach out to the back. To the sky, up. From here, my hand is dropping back down, and we are coming back to forming the ball with the right hand on top. Now the hands turn around, left hand on top, and left hand starts to sting. Then the left hand goes slightly up, back down, and reaches up. From here, the left hand goes down and drops into the right hand, into also kind of a Bowian shoei, but it's the reverse Bowian shoei with the left thumb on top of the right thumb. Yeah, so it's not like some tips together, but the left is touching on top of the right, like this. And then change the hands again, and we repeat the drill from the beginning. Yeah. Just for you one time to summarize, we have this Hunyan Drang, we have the Yin Hunyan Drang, then we go to form the ball, then we turn the ball, sting forward, go up, go down, go up, roll the ball again, sting forward, go up, go down, go up, and finish. Yeah, this is the whole sequence. We will do it enough that you will remember it, but it's also good sometimes to be aware of the whole picture, yeah, one time. Okay. So, Hunyan Drang, then circling into the dragon, Yin Hunyan Drang, opening, and then shoulder, elbow, wrist, forming the ball. Left hand goes on top, then hands exchange, and in the exchange, my right hand starts to form the sword fingers, stinging forward, while the left hand circles to the belly. Then circle slightly up, slightly down. Then reach up, and here you really reach up, keeping the shoulder down, but from the middle, from the chest, you really pull up, like the arm is pulling the whole spine along without lifting the shoulder. Yeah? Then release again. Right hand goes on top of the left. Turn. And in the turn, yeah, while I turn here, I try to keep my palms connected. Like really, I have a ball in the hand that I turn in front of myself. And then from the rolling, the stinging appears to the front with the left hand. Up, down, up. Down, and reversed Bowian shoei. Switch the hands. And so. And reverse one more time. Xavi, can you close the door for a second? Now we will do the next repetition with the breathing. Yeah, so I will give you the rhythm of the breath, because this is also here connected with the movement. And in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and in, reach up, out, form the ball, in, turn, out, reach forward, in, reach up, out, sink down, and reach up, in, and out, and again, in, out, 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 I think the breathing is quite intuitive. The only thing that you need to, and that I always remembered, that helped me to find the breathing again, is that you know that when I go up, you have to inhale. This is something that is a bit maybe not so intuitive, because I think forward, I exhale, right? Then I have to in, out, so I can inhale again. Yeah, this is the only thing tricky part in the breathing. All the other things are quite logical. I inhale, then I go out, exhale, then I return, inhale, I go out, exhale. I open, inhale, bring together, exhale. I inhale, so I can sting and exhale. In, out, then I can go in while I go up, out, then I can turn again. With the out exhale, sorry, with the turn I inhale, with the sting I exhale, and then again in, in, and out, finish. Yeah, so it's pretty intuitive and simple. Now the hardest part of it is the standing up from here. Yeah, there's a very like it needs practice, and this is also the reason why I ask you to take a pillow if you're not sitting so comfortable like this, because in the beginning when you're not getting up like that, you need to take something higher to sit, so you can gradually improve. Because you need the ability to come like this up without the hands. Okay, and the lower you sit, the harder this is. So this is why I say, don't be embarrassed if you have to sit now maybe almost on a chair height. Yeah, it's okay. Start like that, and then time by time take a bit away from your sitting, and see that you can still do it. Yeah, because here I need to shift forward my weight, and then I really need the stability of my knees, and I use the edges of my feet, yeah, to balance, and then I can bring my weight forward, and with the stability of my knees, slowly come up here, yeah, balance on the side of my foot, stabilize the knees, and slowly come up, and then I can shift to the right and step out with the left. Yeah, so this is another, it's like a Tai Chi step. Yeah, if you practice here this good, you will be able to do this one day also, like that you come slowly up and control even in this, because it's not so much muscle power that I have here, that I use here. It's about, okay, you need a certain amount of flexibility, otherwise you cannot shift the weight good. But in the end, it's about understanding how to position my weight. Yeah, so like in the Tai Chi steps, when I need to learn, okay, I need to position my weight on top of the standing leg so I can carefully step out without falling. Here's the same. I need to bring my weight forward, and then I have all the time in the world to balance here, yeah, and to relax onto the structure of my legs, yeah, and then slowly come up, boom, slowly, slowly. And of course, in the beginning, people do this. It's okay, yeah. Do it like this in the beginning. It's normal. But then when this is working, see how to become more technical in this. Try to transfer the principles of Tai Chi into this kind of high-level Tai Chi step. Yeah, but also don't be afraid, second, running out of the picture. Yeah, to sit on something that is high. Yeah, no problem. I start like this. My form, of course, doesn't look so cool. Maybe in performance, don't start like that. But here I can practice this, bring the weight forward and then come up. And actually, this is a very great sitting, learning to from the sitting to go to standing, effortless, right? Like bring the weight forward and balance. Boom. So one day maybe you have to teach all people. You can take this knowledge for teaching them to stand controlled and safe up from a chair, and also go the same way back down to a chair. We have all this knowledge in Tai Chi, yeah, how to do that. And this exercise is basically like the start for that, or that gives us this knowledge. So let's do. No, like in the beginning, yes, you can use the arms to balance a bit to the front, like this, yeah, to make it more easy. But the more advanced you get, the less you do that. You keep them here. Yeah? You keep them at your center, and then you balance only with the spine to position the weight. Yeah? Okay. Let's try just this for a bit, okay? This is the 19th Tai Chi step. Even harder than the 18th. Okay, so let's figure a bit out how to do that. Shifting the weight forward, stabilizing the side of your foot. Yeah, here. Coming up, and then first the weight goes to the right leg and then to the left. Yeah, and then you do the same again. glaube, die sind am. Willst du sowas haben? Die sind am besten, glaube ich. Yeah, and a bit hardening of the legs you also need here. Yeah, exactly.
Steve?
Yeah, bitte?
Does it matter which leg is in front?
Usually it's the left leg that is in front. Yeah, this for the meditation, you want to start with the left in the front. Okay. Okay, Andre, good, but the hands should stay on the belly. Try to avoid with the time this like how hook movement, yeah, to get the weight forward. Try to look like, okay, because now we have this how hook up, yeah, and like you can, like you have to shift forward until you almost feel like I'm almost falling forward now, yeah, and then also use the hands a bit if in the beginning. Then look, I'm almost like now I'm almost falling forward here, and this is the moment I really bring all the way to the legs, and this is when I can start to take the control with my legs. Yeah. Yeah. This we should do a home program, huh? Until next season. I want everyone to be able to do that good. This is because this is an exercise you can impress people with, huh? Look at my Taiji. Huh? With lying on the floor. Next level is you just elevate up and put the legs on the floor. But don't elevate too fast. Nice, good. Good, Renate. Good. Very good, Xavi. Very good. Huh? Comes das? Yeah, one more time for me. That's okay. Very good. Okay, great. Let's do the whole drill again a couple of times, yeah? That do not forget the beginning part. Is it helpful for the people, especially at home, that I turn my back to you, or rather you see the arm movement from the front? Doesn't matter? Okay, good. This means you all have it. You all learned it from the front, so. Okay, cool. So let's Do a couple of times this drill, then we put it aside, focus on the standing part again, and in the end, we will repeat it one more time. Yeah, and then never forget this again, because like the 18th step, I don't show it too often. And so in, out, 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 and we can do another in exhale. And then you slowly come up. And back down. Change the hands again. Normal bow and showy. And so. And you sting forward with the exhale. Be aware of your dantian area, the end of the fingers, fingertips, and even a point more in the front of you. These 3 points you try to be connected with. Yeah? Connecting your center, the fingertips, and a point where the fingertips point at. The same you do when you reach up. Center area, fingertips, and a point in the sky or on the roof. Then the awareness goes to the center and the Laogung points, middle point of the hand. And again, focusing on the 3 points. Center, fingertips, outer point. It feels like you're pushing your center through the fingertips out. If you have this connection, gives you the feeling your center reaches up and forward. Arm becomes a part of your center or like extension of your center. And then come up. And back down. Yeah, so here in Bao Yin Shui, you would keep the center, keep the awareness to the center, observing the expanding, collapsing of the breath, how it fills and empties the body and how this is happening from the center area starting. Then this transitioning into Hunyan Zhuang. The Lao Gung points, middle points of the hands become together with the center, main part of your inner eye and observation. It's almost like you can feel the pulsing of the breath in your dantian area in the palms. Then you focus this pulsing into the fingertips and out of the fingertips. And one last time, you do it without any comment. In your own rhythm. So Stay here. We will start directly into the form in a second, but for a moment, stand, position your body. With your back. Martin. And then we start slowly the form. 36. Martin the Mienjang. Follow the rhythm from Stasia in the front. You don't need to always look. Just try to listen 1, 2 movements of her in the beginning of her rhythm. And then you try to match it, follow it. Sehr schön. Wir werden jetzt nochmal so eine halbe Stunde Shenfa machen, die nächsten Teile uns angucken, ein bisschen dadurch ein bisschen da wieder daran arbeiten. Und den Rest der Zeit würde ich dann für die Rhythmusarbeit nutzen, ja, dass wir so in diese dynamische Arbeit reingehen und das nochmal ein bisschen betonen. Genau, nee, genau, das habe ich schon gedacht, auch passend zu dem jetzt hier. War das gut, dass du es so gemacht hast, auf jeden Fall. Also ich habe das jetzt nicht nach der Form, die du gerade gelaufen hast, entschieden, sondern ja. Genau, wir haben die Schenfarbeit bis hierhin gemacht, ne? Da war dann vorbei. Genau. Und bis hierhin war ja dann nicht wirklich was betonen, sondern mehr dieses Gelöste und trotzdem Versetzte der Arme, aber dann geht es wieder weiter. Genau, also jetzt hier kommt dann links betont, Mitte, rechts und dann links, Mitte, rechts für das hier. Und hier geht es dann über in eine andere Schenfarbeit, ja, die mehr so wellenartig nach vorne ist. Also dieses mehr auf dieser Ebene. Und hier nochmal sinken und mit dem Schritt fängt auch die Taille dann an. Und das Wichtige ist, dass hier dann die Arme sich nicht zu sehr versetzen. Also dass ich diese Teilenarbeit habe, aber meine Schulter nicht zu hoch kommt dabei. Und beim Schließen fange ich dann an zu schöpfen. 1, 2, 3. Und leite das Ganze um in die Wellenbewegung. Genau. Hier fängst du an, die rechte Taille zieht dich in die Drehung und dann die linke gleich hoch, Mitte, rechts schließen. Ja, dann hier, da musst du die Taille schon wieder schließen. Ja, also das ist von hier, kann man sagen, es ist auch nicht die ganze Teilenarbeit. Es geht nämlich nicht nach oben, es geht wirklich nur nach rechts und runter. Und dann ziehe ich die linke Taille hoch, Mitte, rechts und dann beim Öffnen hier schließt links, Mitte, rechts so halb. Ja, dann ist die Brust wieder zu, ich bin rund und gleichzeitig hat diese Teilenarbeit mir geholfen, die Arme zu öffnen. Genau. Ja, genau. Weil du willst die Kraft der Arme wird begünstigt durch die Rundung der Brustwirbelsäule, dass die verbunden bleiben. Wenn ich zu offen wäre, dann würde ich das brechen. Ja. Okay, probieren wir gleich nochmal. Von hier. Links, Mitte, rechts und dann schließt links, Mitte, rechts schließt. Das dreht mich auch nochmal so ein bisschen, dieses rechte Schließen. Und dann leite ich aber um in dieses Wellenartige. Dann zieht mich rechts rum und runter. Und links, Mitte, rechts bringt mich wieder hoch. Links, Mitte, rechts schließt mich. Genau. Und öffnen. Ja, also eigentlich das Öffnen muss hier sein. Öffnen und dann hier ist das Schließen. Genau. Okay. Nochmal. Und auch hier will ich die einzelnen Taillenabschnitte noch mehr betont sehen. Ja, das ist du kannst dann auch immer wieder zwischendurch die Arme rausnehmen. Ja, dass du immer wechselst. Okay, very good. Okay, class over. This was the deepening. No, of course not. Now we start. We will go piece by piece into the form again. Yeah, trying to do the whole form ultimately again. And piece by piece, we try to bring more and more the awareness of the principles into our form. Okay, so first I show you the piece that we will run in repetition. Then I will start to remind you of all the principle work that we have layer by layer. Let's see how far we get. Starting of course, in the beginning of the form with the first part of the form. So we will go from here until crossing the hands after the black tiger. Take first care of the principle, shifting before turning, turning before shifting. It's the principle in which we take care that our foot is always free when we turn it. Like this, we create very fluent movement with the legs. And so we shift to the right so we can turn the left. Sorry. First, we shift to the right without turning the left, embracing the moon. Then we shift to the right, turning the left. Shift back, opening the right foot. Sinking down, stepping forward. Stepping back, pulling back, pushing forward. Then turn the rear heel in, shift, turn the front toes in, shift to the middle, shift to the left, turn the right, shift to the right, open the left, expand, collapse and push. Pull. Now you just keep walking, even if I don't say something. I only will mention now the first principle points. Like now, turning the rear foot, shift. Opening the front foot, shift. Shift the weight back. When you step back, turn the front foot again a bit. Then turn it more and shift the weight to the left. Open the right. Open the right more and shift. Turn the left, shift, open the right. And shift the weight to the rear leg. Close the front leg. Shift the weight to the right, open the left. Open the left more and shift to the left. Turn the right, shift to the right, turn the left. Shift the weight a bit back to the right, open the left and shift forward. Okay, release. Yeah, so these are the main points where you have this first principle inside, yeah, in this part. Take again care when you do this shifting turning principle. It's not just about shifting, turning. It's also about the perfect harmonization between turning, shifting, opening. So it's a chain motion that perfectly transitions from the turning movement into the shifting movement. So it's not like like I turn, shift, cut, 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 yeah, like always between turning, shifting, there are cuts. No, but I want perfect transitions of the hip rotation and the foot movement and the weight shift. And then this is creating a very free movement for my center. Yeah, that my center can move between the legs without being stuck by the incoordination of my leg, yeah, and the weight shift of it. So take care for that for one more round, and then we will add the next principle in the same piece. Yeah, sorry.
Do we have a slight exception?
So
If when I open more, like I have a little bit.
yeah, here in the Banmabu, before the step, I have my weight still on the right, but the weight is clearly more on the left, and this is what allows me to open here. And in the moment I bring my toes up, the weight naturally is being shifted a bit more back, and therefore I can open it even easier. So it is not really an exception. It's just like a more high-level interpretation of this principle. Yeah. Here it's very obvious in the beginning, shift, turn, shift, turn. Here it's also still there, but it's a bit less obvious because I'm in a very difficult stance for that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's important for me, repeat the form, be aware of the principle. I want you that you go today out of the class and you feel I understood all these 6 principles for myself. I can take them. Maybe not remember them by heart all the time, but I understood each of them. This is important. Yeah. And then even if now the form is not perfect, you will make it perfect yourself over the time, following these guidelines. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Someone want to always, in the moment I step away, replace me here? That's your Amit or Tara? Huh? Yeah, but then it's getting complex. But however you want. Jetzt schaue ich mal ganz kurz. Erstmal auf den Zeitplan. Mhm. War dann Öffnen da, um hochzukommen? War dann, ja, okay. Ja, okay, ja, genau, okay. Ich hab's von der. Mhm. Ja, genau. Ja, ist so. Ja, genau. Ja, genau. Ich meine, bei diesem ganzen, in der Mianjang muss man immer wieder auch darauf achten, dass die Schultern durch dieses Öffnen nicht zu hoch gehen. Das ist ganz in der Mianjang wichtig. Der Xiaoyang noch nicht ganz so wichtig, aber hier ist es dann wichtig, dass das nicht zu groß wird, alles auch. Ja, genau. Aber ja, genau. Also genau, ja. Und das Wichtige ist, dass trotzdem die Taille sich bewusst bewegt. Ja, aber trotzdem habe ich auch noch so eine gewisse Kontrolle über, wo sind meine Schultern und wie viel Diagonale erzeuge ich dabei in meinem Körper. Mhm, gut. Die Hand ein bisschen mehr zur Seite raus. Würde ich glatt mal abfilmen für deine Prüfung. So soll es nicht sein. Aber, ja, doch, von dem Teil. Mhm. Und jetzt halte noch ständig so eine, also mach es nicht schneller, aber halt, mach keinen Schnitt zwischen den Chamfer-Bewegungen, dass jede Chamfer-Bewegung in die nächste überleitet, aber trotzdem habe ich diese Stops, ja, also ich bin hier, öffne, werde sehr langsam, aber meine Taille ist trotzdem noch in Bewegung. Dann werde ich hier schneller. Ja, aber die Taille ist so in Mikrobewegungen schon wieder an der nächsten Bewegung dran. Und dadurch bleiben die Arme zwar stehen, aber man sieht, da ist passiert schon wieder was anderes. Ich fand es in allen Teilen gut, nur in dem Teil nicht. Von hier, warte, nee, von hier. Hier, da ist irgendwie so ein Stopp drin. Ja, da musst du vom Schieben, schon schieben. Ja. Ja, muss dann weitergehen. Okay, 36, reset to the beginning. Second principle, we directly run. I talk, yeah? We run and look directly on it. Second principle is sinking before stepping. So still be aware of shifting and turning. And the perfect transition. We want always to add one principle more. Now observation. And now first sink, then step. Then sink again, and then step. turn, shift, turn, shift, shift, turn, shift, turn, and sinking, stepping, sinking, stepping. Turning, shifting, sinking, turning, stepping. And again here, sinking, first go down, then step. Yeah, I want really to see clearly that you go down before every step. Open, sink down, come up. And also here, it's more subtle, but I pull my leg close, I sink down, and I step. And again, sink down and step. And again, sink down and then step. Turn the rear foot in the gungbu and then shift a bit back, open, step close. And also here you have a kind of a sinking movement. Not visible that you go really down, but you really release the weight into the stepping foot. Okay. In both these principles, turning and shifting and sinking before stepping, yeah, it is fundamental that you keep the structure of the knees always aligned with the toes. This means when I turn my foot, my knee follows the foot and stays on top of the knee. Sorry, my knee stays on top of the toes. When I shift my weight now, let's say here in the Mabu, sink down, look, I go down, my knee goes down following the line of my toes, not falling to the side when I go down. Yeah, this is sinking before shifting, stepping. Here important that I keep my knee aligned with the toes. And also now shifting, when I shift my weight back, my knee is not shifting back. My knee is following the alignment of the toes. So while my pelvis goes back, my knee goes forward, pulls my pelvis like that into its position. Okay, so take care for the positioning and structure of your knee during this both principles. Yeah, let's go one round like that. Sehr schön. Ja, ist nice, gut. Ja. Sehr schön. Dann, jetzt nehmen wir noch einen Teil dazu. Ja, noch einen kleinen Teil dazu und dann machen wir noch mal die ganze Form bis da Schenfer. Dann haben wir da auch eine gute Gelegenheit, noch mal bei allem drauf zu achten, dass die Übergänge so sind. Genau, jetzt kommt, wir sind hier. Linke Taille zieht den rechten Arm, rechte Taille den linken Arm. Und dann habe ich hier wieder ein Schließen, links, Mitte, rechts. Und rechts schließt, aber ich beuge mich nicht hier rein, ja? Und ich bleibe aufrecht. Aber trotzdem ist das Bewusstsein auf rechts. Und jetzt habe ich nochmal einen Schließenzyklus auf rechts, Mitte, links. Und das macht wirklich Platz für meinen Push. Also das ist nicht so visible hier dann. Dadurch auch, dadurch, dass es geschlossen bleibt. Dann rechts, Mitte, links und rechts, Mitte, links schließen. Dann lösen ohne Schänfer. Steigen ohne Schänfer. Und jetzt ist es dann links, Mitte, rechts, links, Mitte, rechts. Schänfer. Bis hier. Ja, also da hat man dann nochmal so ein Part, wo man ganz bewusst aus diesem Ding wieder rausgeht. Das muss so, ich mag es, wenn es so aussieht, als ob die Form, es sieht fast aus, die Form ist vorbei. So, weißt du, von hier, dann auf einmal, denkt man so, okay, jetzt hört er auf. Ja, genau. Und dann plötzlich, flammst du nochmal auf und genau. Links. Da kannst du wirklich so ein bisschen shortcutten, wirklich Fokus nur auf links, Fokus auf rechts und dann links, Mitte, rechts, rechts, Mitte, links schließen. Rechts, Mitte, links öffnen, rechts, Mitte, links schließen, lösen. Links, Mitte, rechts. Ja, perfekt. Okay. Arm höher. Und Arm mehr raus. Ja. Füße zusammenziehen dabei auch. Und den Arm etwas höher schieben, auf Schulterhöhe. Schulter lösen, Arm aber hoch. Ja, okay, schön. Thinking before stepping also always means that before every step, I take another time care that my spine roundens. Yeah, this thinking, sometimes more visible, sometimes less visible, always is connected to I'm taking care for the structure of my spine to drop the weight into the earth. My legs are not holding me, but they give on gravity in the sinking moment down. And this sinking down moment is a releasing of my legs, submitting to this gravity. If you become good in sinking before stepping, every sinking motion and lower stance start to become releasing, stretching, instead of holding, carrying. Yeah, so also be always aware when you think of these principles, what else they bring into Taiji, what they create. Like the turning and shifting creates smoothness, yeah, in your steps. Thinking before stepping, control and releasing. Okay, we're adding the next principle. And I will interrupt you this time a lot, but try always when I interrupt you, like in the Saturday class, stay in your meditation. Make this 1 hour that we still have, one meditation, okay? Even so someone interrupt you and talk all the time. Yeah? So we go into chain motions or guiding center and chain motions, the third principle. Yeah. Like now when my legs become more playful, more free and liquid, also the center becomes more free and liquid, and we can send these movements from the center always in chains through our body. Yeah, this is this principle, looking that every movement comes from a circle and motion from my center, and then how this circle movement of my center is creating chain motions. Yeah, it's like a chain that bring my shoulder, elbow, wrist, shoulder, elbow, wrist. And then again here, chain motion, shoulder, elbow, wrist. Okay. Be careful that it's not like becoming very big and visible, these chains. It's more something that you want to feel and see in your body, but the others don't see that too big. I think the only part where you really see it visible clearly is here. Yeah. But then still you want to always look at these connections and this movement inside your body of the center and how it travels into your arms and legs also. So let's do it again. All three principles fully aware. And shifting. The shifting creates a center motion, the center motion, an arm motion. Shifting back, and again, every shift creates a wave. Turning of the foot becomes just another part of my waves. Sinking before stepping, also just another part of my wave motions, chain motions that I create. So these principles are, of course, indispensable, connected with each other. Cannot have one without the other. Every step is a start of a weight shift and therefore start of a chain motion. Every turn is a start of a weight shift and the start of a center circle and chain motion. This means also my legs arrive a bit earlier always, and my arms in a very tiny delay to the legs in their position. Especially good visible in the pushing motions. I step back, I step forward, chain travels through my body, shoulder, elbow, wrist, legs arrive, arms arrive. And sinking before stepping. Turning, shifting, turning, shifting, sinking before stepping. Turning, shifting, wave motion. sinking before stepping, and center motion, chain motion, shoulder, elbow, wrist. And sorry, shifting, turning, sinking, stepping, center circle, chain motion until the wrists, fingertips. And again. Walk slow, don't walk too fast, yeah? So you have, because there's so much to look at now again. Help yourself to discover these principles more. And it's also okay if it's too much that you certain parts focus a bit more on one, certain parts more on the other. One run more on this, one run more on that. Don't black out because you feel it's getting too much, but take as much always as you can look at comfortable, in a comfortable way. Following these principles, there should also be no stops in the end positions. Because after every step comes a turn or a shift. Center is always circling, even so the arms arrive, the center starts already to redirect and create another chain motion through your body. Ich habe ein bisschen Sinking before Stepping vermisst in dem Teil. Seine Ohren auch da haben. Nicht zu viel, bitte. Ja. Und ja, noch schöner redirecten die Richtungen dann. Weil du hast dann unterschiedliche Richtungen wieder. Und diese Richtungswechsel, die müssen halt, ja, die musst du schön umkreisen, dass das nicht so zack, zack ist, sondern zack, zack, zack. Ja, so genau, Schwung oder eben in einer Rundung zurückfahren, nicht in einer geraden Linie dann. Gut. Okay, dann machen wir noch mal jetzt die Form in Shenfa vom Anfang bis dahin. Ja, ruhig mit Arm, ohne Arm immer im Wechsel. Mit dem Fokus darauf, die Taille gezielt zu bewegen, ohne die Schultern zu weit zu heben und eben genau das, was wir gerade gemeint haben, dass die Übergänge fließend sind und rund auch immer. Ja, ja, mach ruhig, genau. Soll ich kurz weggucken? Kann ja mal eine Runde gehen, so für dich. Okay. Then we go into the next piece of the form, yeah, with these three principles directly. Otherwise, we will not practice, we will only stay today in this probably. So let's switch now into the next part, looking for all these three first principles. You can join me directly. Of course, thinking before stepping, shifting, and then turning the left foot, shifting, and then opening the right foot, shifting, turning the left foot, and here shift forward, and you're not going down, but still, again, lower back roundens and the weight drops down, sinking before stepping. Then stepping, shifting, turning the right foot, shifting back to the middle, opening the left, shifting to the left, and sinking before stepping. And again, sinking down and rising up. Sinking before stepping. Shift away to the left, turn the right. Open the right again, shift away to the right. Sinking, lower back roundens. Open the left foot, shifting, stepping. And hands drop, pelvis turns, stepping. Also here, sorry, sinking before stepping. Shifting and turning the rear foot. Then shifting back, opening the right, shifting forward. And here we also don't sink down, but we again have this focus on dropping. Dropping, dropping, dropping. And then we have sinking before stepping. Shifting and turning the right. Shifting to the middle and sinking. Shifting to the left, sinking, opening the right slightly, shifting, rising, opening the left, shifting, closing the right, arriving in lazy putting on the coat. In this part we stay for now, yeah? Again, from crossing the hands. Look always at your knees. Here in this part, it becomes even more important. There are many lower stances. See that the knees follow the toes. Especially here now, sinking, stepping. My knee is over the toes. Shifting, turning. And again, look also at the center movement through this shifting, turning, stepping, yeah? And see what kind of change it creates. To my shoulders, to my elbows, to my wrists. And back down, shoulders drop, elbows drop to the center, wrists come out. If you have here this principle right, you cannot have the elbows on the outside. Elbows automatically in a chain motion drop to the center here. And again, open, shift, center circles, shoulder, elbow, wrist follow. Sinking, step. Weight shift, shoulder, elbow, wrist follow. Come a bit up and go a bit down again. Come a bit up, shoulder, elbow, wrist follow. And go down. My leg goes first down, waist follows, shoulder, elbow follows, also in a slight delay. Shift, turn, shoulder pushes, elbow pushes, wrist pushes, rear foot turns. Rear foot opens, shift, shoulder opens, elbow opens, wrist open. Sink down, lower back sinks, chest sinks, shoulder sinks, elbow sinks, wrist sinks. Open. And arms pull, weight shift to the right, turn the left foot a bit, weight shift to the left, sinking, stepping, chain motion. Boom. Shifting back, opening the right, and the arms close again in a chain motion. Shoulder, elbow, wrist forming the moon. And shoulder drops, elbow drops, wrist drops. Step, shift, turn to the center and sink down. Shoulder drops, elbow releases, wrist position. Waist circles down, shoulder follows, elbow follows, wrist follows. It's always the same. And restart again by yourself. And yeah, it's ridiculous because if I try to verbalize everything, I cannot, because all the things happen all the time. So always when I verbalize it now, I take examples. Yeah, what, where happens, how, but it's always the same. Okay? Look for this in every movement. If you don't find a sinking before stepping, there's something wrong. If you don't find a wave, there's a wave motion, there's something wrong. Yeah. Or chain motion. Sorry. Yeah, here I would do it like that. From here, I do a Lü motion and I shift a bit to the right. Then this make my left foot turn. I shift to the left. And then I can sink and step for my G motion in the Phoenix. Yeah. Sophisticated weight shift in the Genbu. Huh? There's always new stuff going on here. Next week it's again new. Yeah, but now this is the only in real version. Yeah, what I showed now, if you missed it, rewatch the video. And if you see someone in the school doing it different, directly send them to me. Yeah. Huh? It changed a lot. Yeah, it makes it more smooth. Yeah, it makes it more smooth, more controlled, following the principle: turning, shifting, turning, sinking, turning, sinking, stepping. So ohne Arme jetzt, ne?
Ja.
Ja, das ist, muss aber klar sein. Sonst ist es gecheatet. Ja, deswegen dachte ich, entweder ist jetzt ohne oder mit, aber beides gefällt mir nicht. Okay, jetzt nochmal ohne, aber ohne. Dass du wirklich, dein Körper muss die Abläufe kennen langsam, ohne die Arme als Hilfe. Ohne Arme. Stell dir die vor, im inneren Auge mitlaufen. Aber die Arme hängen. Saubere Stände hier. Papp. Ja. Weiter. Nur die Stände waren mir ein bisschen zu unsauber für den Moment. Füße, Beine darfst du noch mitbewegen. Mhm. Renate, den Kopf aufrechter. Du musst so den Kopf halten, dass du durch die Brille gucken kannst und nicht oben drüber. Ja, das ist dann, wenn du oben drüber guckst, ist schon irgendwie was nicht gut. Okay, noch einmal mit Arm. Arme noch softer lassen in dem Teil, ja. Noch hängender. Mhm. Sehr schön. Gut. Ja, ich muss echt sagen, du hast was draus gemacht. Aus dem. Ist gut, doch, echt gut. Ist cool, weil du halt ganz allein in der Mehrengruppe bist und dann daran gearbeitet hast und ist echt nice zu sehen. Okay, cool. Dann jetzt Rhythmen. Wir machen die Form jetzt mal mit nochmal bis zu dem Punkt mit den Rhythmen. Okay? Erinnerst du dich noch so grob dran, wie wir das gemacht haben? Ja? Okay. Ja, genau. Ich werde vielleicht zwischendurch was sagen, hier, da, schneller, langsamer oder so, aber lauf mal und hier ruhig Zeit lassen. Nochmal zurück. Das muss wirklich, das kann wirklich so Schildkröte sein. Und jetzt entsteht der Kranich. Schlange, Liquid, weich, Tiger. Drache. Vergesst da den Gungbu nicht. Vergesst hier den Gungbu bitte nicht. Ja. Hinten das Bein gut reingedreht. Und wieder Kranich, weiter, weiter, weiter. Ja. Ja, du bist hier, dann geht es langsam. Ja. Schildkröte. Und langsam. Und auch immer noch langsam. Tai Chi Style. Schildkröte. Und jetzt Kranich. Ja, ja, gut. Okay. Ganz kurz so ein paar kleinere Korrekturen nochmal. Hier. Schau, dass du wirklich in dem blockenden Arm rausstichst. Ja. Okay. Schau, dass du hier runter bleibst in der Struktur. Du öffnest zu viel noch. Ja. Und das hier größer. Die Arme größer austauchen. Die sind immer noch zu klein. Ja, ja, genau. War jetzt ein bisschen zu groß, aber mehr die Richtung. Ja. Dann hier kannst du ein bisschen darauf achten, mehr nach oben eigentlich zu öffnen als nach hinten. Ja. Okay, das war okay. Okay, rhythmusmäßig ist klar. Hier jetzt wenn die Schlange kommt, ja, wo ist das? Das ist hier, du kommst tak, tak, tak an. Das ist Liquid, aber der Rhythmus trotzdem noch irgendwie ruhig und schön. Im Gegenzug zum Kranich, ich meine, der ist auch schön, aber der Kranich, der der beschleunigt anders. Der hat dieses so vom langsamen. Und dann ist die Schlange immer noch liquid und in einem schnelleren Rhythmus, aber die hat nicht diese Hoch und Runden, diese Höhen und Tiefen mehr. Ja? Ist quasi wie eine schnelle 36er gelaufen. Und dann hier, genau, nimm dir vor der Explosion, nimm dir richtig nochmal Zeit, da ist nochmal so ein Stück Schildkröte dann drin, dass du hier ankommst und dann Zeit lassen, Zeit lassen, Zeit lassen. Und dann muss es knallen. Ja, und das, weil dieser Tiger, da muss einmal die Halle shaken. Die 36er müssen dann ihre Balance nochmal anders üben. Okay, also dafür halt diese Ruhe vor dem Sturm nochmal richtig auskosten, richtig den Körper rund machen, die Sehnen aufspannen, im unteren Rücken, im oberen Rücken und dann diese Sehnenkraft freilassen mit der Explosion durch diese Wellenbewegung. Ja? Okay. Wenn ich das sein muss. Ja, aber genau, das ist gut, aber ich versuche halt noch mehr rauszuholen immer, ne? Okay, 36. Very nice. We continue with this part one more time and add two principles now. Yeah, because they are both not easy, but they are like a bit also connected. Yeah. We have actually the next principle is very much connected to thinking before stepping. Yeah, because the next principle is round pushing. Yeah, and round pulling. That whenever I do a pushing or pulling motion, that it's never linear. Open and I push and it's linear, there is something wrong. Yeah, I pull and it's linear, something is wrong. It's always I pull, it's a circle. I push, it's a circle. Yeah, round pushing and pulling. I call this simplified. Yeah, all the other movements are also round, but especially these two are very obvious always. So let's go into the part of now. First, the second principle I didn't say. The second principle is living hands. Yeah, living hands. This means whenever I move, my hands are part of the motion. Yeah, in every push and pull, in the pulling motions, usually my hands close more. In the pushing, they open more. I play between young, more open structures and more closed structures. Yeah, activating opening my Laogung points and sending out of the Laogung points and closing the Laogung points. So bringing the chi more to the fingertips. Yeah, and these are the two main positions. And in every movement I do, I play between them. So the hands become, this is why I call them living hands. They are alive. They look like a bit like a jellyfish. Yeah. And when you go into this closing positions, really take care that the thumb also releases. When you open, the thumb opens. When we say the hukou, this area here, is very important in the activation of the Laogung. Yeah, the hukou is the tiger mouse, we call it. And when I open the hukou, the energy can much better go to the middle point of the hand. When I close it, I also close the middle point of my hand and guide it more over the back to my fingertips. Okay. So let's do the part of the form and talk about these principles meanwhile. Now the hands are open and sink, step. Hands are still open, but now they close. Boom. And they open again. They close for a moment again and open in the push again. Then they circle out, releasing. And they're still relaxed, but they open a bit more. And here they close again, clearly, into a stinging hand position. Open sorry, rise. And now when you start to push, the hand also start to open again. Stays open and softens in the sinking motion, opens in the pushing and rising motion. Releases for the Lü and opens, but bring the attention to the fingertips in the G, like the fingertips pull you. This is a very strong hand position here. And then I release the hands again. And I form the moon, I open the hands. Boom. I release the hands. And for the SII or Leer motions, sorry, I open them again. I release them for the scooping. And I start to open them with the sending out. And again. Yeah, and it's also in this in between, when I don't say open, close, it's not just open, close, yeah. Also in this in between are things happening, like the fingers moving, then I close them, then I open them. This you have with the time to figure out by yourself a bit. Also the applications later help a lot to know in which position my hands want to circle and go into, for grabbing, for pushing, for stinging, yeah. And again, hands are open, sink down. Hands start to close and open again. Hands release. Hands get more open again. Boom. And hands release again and sting. And hand is releasing and going into the opening. Boom. Hand stays open. And when the weight goes down, I soften them more again, closing. Pushing, open. Blue, release. And G, activate. Weight goes back, release. And form the moon, activate. Release, dropping the elbow. And activate, opening. Release, dropping down. Activate, sending out. You can say the movement of the hand is also just a continuation of my chain motions. So it's not like when I'm here, my hand is open. Now I start to scoop. It's my hand gets soft very fast and I'm full soft. But it's like here I start to scoop. My center is initiating the movement. Shoulder, elbow, wrist, hand. Pelvis, shoulder, elbow, wrist, hand. Yeah. So this is also why the hand is gradually filling and emptying and it's all the time therefore in movement, because it's also just part of this chain. When my chain is doing one motion, the hand is barely finished with the motion of before and therefore stays always in movement. Okay. The second principle is not so much in now here, circular pushing, but you have it here in this part, circular pushing, circle forward, circle down, circle forward. It's not, yeah, it's like a circle movement if you look at it closely. Okay. And then here also I push to the side and my arms circle down, circle up. Boom. Then here I have another pushing motion. My arm is circling down, circling up. Then I have another pushing motion. Circle down, circle up. Then I have another pushing motion. Circle down, circle up. Yeah. I have a Lü motion. Circle back. And yeah. Here's also a Lü motion. Circle back. G, or it's not a Lü motion, but it's a yin motion. And then a yang motion, circle out. Boom. Yeah, push out. Okay, so it is actually a lot there. It's just a bit more hidden than in the beginning part of the form. Okay, but it's there and look for it. Okay, let's go. Try for yourself.
Steve,
Yeah, bitte.
I have a question. When you go to this push here and then to this part where the hand is following,
Yeah.
because for my intention here, I would do something like this hand is still pushing, so it's still like this, and the
Yeah.
other one is collapsing. But now you say it after this, so it's the pushing hand also already falling, even if she still drives away.
I would do it like this, that while I push with the left hand to the side, it's still open, and the right hand is also still open. And then when the left hand follows, also the right hand softens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's because it's here, I'm here, they're open. Then I release them for my push, shung to the side, and I keep them open. And then here I start to take the structure for a moment out on the way down. And then here I bring structure in again but also for the closed hands, but I make them more stingy. Vroom.
Yeah, because also the hand is lifting, taking the leg with it, so it needs to be a bit activated there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but it's also, as I said last time, it's also not for me now. Like when I see you do the wrong hand movement, I will not chop off your hand. Yeah. It's a bit like also later up to your interpretation, up to the application, and flexible in a certain degree. Okay, of course I cannot run my form like this, always letting the hand pulse. It has to be connected to my center movement, but there is a bit like play in between, like the positioning, the moment, the timing. There's a play, yeah, and possibilities to do it different. So the most important for me is that the hands are part of the movement, yeah, in this principle, not where exactly they are. What this is already then more the side of it, the side effect of this principle, and not so the most important. So maybe I will tell you at a certain point, no, I wouldn't do my hand position like that. This doesn't make sense at all. But most likely, if the hands are moving, I will not say much more if it's logical in a logical way. Und boom. Und Snake. Sehr schön. Zeit lassen, Zeit lassen, Zeit lassen. Jawohl, Part. Ja, ganz andere Geschichte. Das Kreuzen mehr betonen. Sehr schön. Gut, passt. Und da dann weiter bis zum Ende. Machen wir den zweiten Teil quasi. Kurz atmen. Kannst aufpassen, hier manchmal, also hier, gerade beim Weg zurück, geht die Hand so. Ja, dass die dann wieder auch hier so durch das geschlossene Brustbein durchwandert und die andere Hand. Und dann, dass du hier dass du das schon noch zwar drachenmäßig, aber auch zeigst noch. Ja. Da ist so ein kleiner Moment von Stopp drin, dass ich dieses Kreuzen nicht überwasche. Ja. Ja, und dann die Hände betonen auch. Wie so ein Fächer, den ich aufreiße. Okay. Da ist so ein Moment so, also nicht wirklich ein Stopp, aber ja. Also ein bisschen wie so ein, weiß ich nicht, wie so ein V. Der so, oder ist ein V richtig, aber genau, der so, und dann bam, zack, und sich dann groß macht. Zack. Genau. Also da muss so dieses Stolze drin sein, so ein bisschen. Okay, genau, von hier weiter. Auch da nimmt dieser Moment Zeit. Ja. So. War immer noch zu schnell. Musst du diese Kunst haben, dass du aus diesem Aggressiven vom Drachen oder diesem Wilden vom Drachen zwar so einen Stopp hast plötzlich, aber man trotzdem noch die Power und Energie sieht von diesem Drachen. Ja? Dass dann diese Power vom Drachen auflädt für den Tiger und dann der Tiger auch noch mal so einen Moment Zeit lässt, um das ist eigentlich so eine Art Drachenbewegung, die dann hier ist. Ja, genau. Und warte mal ganz kurz. Was war noch? Was soll ich noch sagen? Genau. Das geht durch. Dann hier wird es langsam, ne? Zeit lassen. Und da auch richtig hier nochmal richtig verlangsamen auf der falschen Seite. Da, dass dann auch das hier wieder noch schneller kommt. Die Schritte, du musst in die Schritte reinfallen und dieses Auffangen macht die Hände wieder schneller. Ja, dann hier soft. Sieger. Okay, aber gut. Okay, Taiji group again. Let's do now one time the whole form. Yeah, like I will mention the last principle and talk about it one second, but then we try to do the whole form, looking at this principle and also all the other principles, because we're already quite on the end of the class. Time runs fast. Yeah, so the last principle is which one? Nice. Someone remember even the name. Endless roundness. Yeah. And this is the principle where it's about that whenever I move, my structures stay round. My elbows usually stay always in front of the body. Therefore, my armpit is open. My angles are very seldom under 90 degrees in the elbow. My wrist is most of the time round in this direction or extending round in this direction. So either I create this kind of round shapes or this kind of round shapes. Yeah. And every movement follows these principles of structure. Yeah. So there is not like in the cloud hand is a very good example. I feel I'm opening my arm, scooping down. No, there was no roundness anymore. But from this round shape, my arm spirals into the next round shape. Yeah, so my elbow never opens like this because it would be very weak in this position. I go from this strong position into the next strong position. And this is also a principle you have in all the form. Okay. There are some exceptions where you break a bit these rolls that the elbow gets lower than 90 degrees, like in rolling the ball here is one exception. And also here, it's a bit an exception that it's a bit smaller. Because also if you keep this principle of roundness, the hands usually never come close to the face. Yeah, like here, often in this opening, people tend to bring the hands to the face and push. This cannot happen if you follow the principle of endless roundness, because when the hands come here close to the face, it means the elbows are very tight. Yeah. So if I keep my hands away from the face, the elbows can stay open. There, as I say, there are a few exceptions where you go to the face, also here. But most of the time, not. Okay, 90% the form. Okay, so let's walk the form in sitting. From sitting, starting. Yeah, this. Yeah. In the beginning movement here, the hand is really in the middle line of your body, all the time. Yeah? Okay. Who want to be in the front for this run?
Steve, small question also
Yeah,
for that from the beginning. If I sit with this, is this really lying on my legs or is it still a bit lifting? Or can I really?
If I sit in my position, I can hold it like in a standing qigong, really a bit with the structure of my arms, yeah, releasing my shoulders, rounding my elbows, releasing it into the structure. Or I can also release it onto my thighs and body. Yeah, both is okay. But when I release it, I have to be careful that the elbow is not releasing to the back. Keep my elbows awake. I recommend when you meditate and you're very tired, keep them a bit away from your thigh. It helps you to keep the mind more awake. If you're very tired and you release like that, the mind will also be very fast somewhere else. Okay, let's go. Get your pillar back if you need and want. One person in the front. Last run for today. And during the run, stay fully in your meditation. I will remind you a bit of the 6 principles while you run, yeah? So don't be disturbed. Take a moment to sit. I will give you the signal to start. Align your body in the sitting position. Willst du mitmachen nochmal? Ja? Okay, dann mach mit und dann läufst du nochmal die ganze Form durch auch. Nee, die Mienja, mit allen Rhythmen. Soll ich dir das Kissen holen? Ach, das ist auch wieder ein Bild für die Götter. So. And then when you will stand up, follow the principle, shifting forward, controlling the weight. Look for all the principles. Every weight shift, or most of the weight shifts, are connected with a foot motion, turning before shifting, shifting before turning. Every step comes with a sinking before stepping. These two principles help me to keep my legs always in motion and creating a soft and circular way of movement for my pelvis, which opens the way for the third principle, chain motions and guiding center. This means every movement is a result of our center and is transmitting its movement following the chain the center is painting, the circle the center is painting. This means we always arrive in a stance, and for a very tiny delay later, the arms arrive. When the arms arrive, the center is already starting its next motion. Like that, we never stop moving. Yet it seems like we stop for a moment. Following this principle, all the arm motions, pushes and pulling motions especially, always come in circular movements. This means the body is always in round structures. The hands barely come close to the head. The chest and lower back is always round. The knees are always opening. Elbows mostly in 90-degree, following the principle of endless roundness. The tip of this iceberg of all these principles are the fingers and hands. They're always part of the motion, following as the rest of the body, the circles of the center, creating sometimes more collapsing hand positions with the thumb closing the hook hole, sometimes more activating hand positions when the thumb opens, bringing the energy to the Laogung points. The hands are never still. And also the hands constantly follow the principle of endless roundness. This means all the shapes we create with our hands are round. The closing shapes, but also the opening, pushing shapes. finish the form, then just come into standing Qigong. And then if you finish your form, also the people in standing, close 3 times. Okay, very nice. Yeah, first of all, for the Bagua Shingi people, the delay will be a bit longer than I planned. Yeah, we have a bit longer to warm up. Like I will close this round up now and then give me 5 minutes for a break. But yeah, first, before we close here, I want to say thank you for everyone for the good training today, but also especially for the whole season 2. Yeah, like there was a lot of material I feel this season. I will try next season to see that I bring a bit less. Yeah, and also like I want to ask you to take yourself now also until the next teacher training. And I mean, we have now kind of a break 1 month. The grading is in between. We will see each other. We will talk. So it's not really a break, but from the sessions, a short break. But that you take now this 1.5 months until we in October starting again to collect yourself again. Yeah, to point your yi, to clean your yi again, to see what you want, how much you want to invest into the program. Also, yeah, as I say, always, like, it's always up to each of you how much you want to invest. What are your aims with this program? Everyone is welcome from my side, but I think it's always important also to after every season to say one more time, okay, make it clear to myself, what do I want actually with this program, and then also see what are the things I want to invest into that to get there. Yeah, and I always say, for me, the most important actually of the program, when I think, especially when I think about doing this as a thing for my life, as a maybe one day also become a teacher, then I think the most important of this program is the home program, like the parts that we are not on the weekend. And that somehow, and I know it's super difficult if you're just online here and most of the time and you're training alone. I know this is super difficult. Yeah. I mean, the first 5 years of my Kung Fu journey, I was also completely training alone. I know how hard it is to motivate yourself, but still to keep on working on that, because you can also get better in this, like the ability to regularly train yourself and to build up this skill, basically. Okay, and it doesn't have to be a lot of training also, but that you see, okay, this is the amount I want to train, and this is possible in my life at the moment, and then I go for that, you know, and I try to stick with this, because this is the most important in Kung Fu, that you integrate it into your life, that it's fitting and that you can do it for a long time, that you not burn out after one season and then that's it, you're done with your motivation, but that you're able over many years to build up and maintain a regular practice that is not constantly questioning, and that you can get calm with and just do it as a part of your life. Yeah, like I always say, brushing my teeth, I'm not every day questioning myself, should I brush now the teeth? Is it really working? Or why I brush today again? Why I brush like this? You know, like no, I just do it, and then I can maintain the health of my teeth. And with the Kung Fu, you have to see it a bit the same. Like, I have an eye on your exercises, I have an eye on how you move, and so I take care that you're brushing correctly the eyes in this program. You just need to brush, yeah, brush the teeth, not the eyes. Okay, and this is the home program. Here you get the toothpaste, you get the toothbrush, and the home program is the actual brushing. Yeah, so this is why I said I want to motivate you again. I want to ask you to ask yourself one more time what you want in your Kung Fu journey, and then if your answer is, I just want to have a bit training on the weekends and have a guided program, perfect, then just do that. It's no problem. But if your answer is, I want to make Kung Fu part of my life, then this cannot be the answer, that I'm just joining the teacher training. Then I have to see, I have in my life, actually in every day, I have something going on there. If it's meditation, if it's Qigong, if it's one session, that I'm starting to make it part of my life. And then it becomes Kung Fu, and this is why I want to do this teacher training also for mainly. Yeah. Okay, then again, thank you for so far. We see us in September for the gradings. Looking forward to it. And yeah, and then have a good rest Sunday for the people that stop now. And the Bagua people, forget all the speech that I said now. I will say it after again. Give me another 3 minutes, okay? Just 3 minutes, and then we start with Bagua. Sorry for the delay. Huh? Mhm. Today we really do jumps in Bagua.
Really?
Yeah. You learned the 7th palm last time, no?
Yeah.
The 7th, that you were quite confused after, all of you. I remember this. Okay, hey guys. So online, offline, hello. Yeah. We have today our next Bagua session, and like for the people that, or first of all, we will start in Bagua with the next principle work. And we also went through all the principles of Bagua, the first 4 basic principles. If you remember, we did actually the principle guiding center, leading periphery. This we actually invested quite some time in the beginning of the teacher training, different movement to see how my center is leading, and then the periphery takes over, and accelerating, and then the center takes over, and how this is constantly exchanging. If you remember, this is the first principle. Then we went into spiral stepping, understanding that, okay, every step is actually, there are only 2 directions, and every step follows these 2 directions of spiraling, either the toes in or the toes out, either Baibu or Kobu. Okay, it's the second principle. Third principle was then, which was the third principle? Charging and releasing. So that every movement, and especially the direction changes, are a result of I'm creating charging structures, and then I redirect to the other side. But sometimes also when I arrive in one direction, I charge and release to create another momentum to make the movement more dynamic, and relying on fascias, also building out these fascia structures for Bagua. Because Bagua is very famous for being relaxed and soft, yet you have from outside, it looks a bit like, I say always a bit like iron, steel, Drahtseile. You know this in English? Drahtseile? I don't know, iron ropes, yeah, maybe it's a good translation. Yeah, so it looks strong and somehow like also sometimes a bit stiff, but at the same time very elastic and flexible, and you see there's softness behind. And the fourth principle that we will look today at is actually very similar to a Taiji principle, to the endless roundness principle, and it's actually quite the same. It's just, I call it perfect circles, in Bagua, perfect circles, because like every movement is circular. Even if I open my arm completely, it's part of a circle. It looks for a moment my elbows extend. This would not happen in the endless roundness of Taiji principle, but at the same time, this is also just part of a circle. So it's not a broken structure, because it's just a very big circle that allows my arm to open and then redirect into the next roundness. But also in the same movement, and this we will also look at today, this part here, I have the other arm in a round shape, and this round shape helped me to redirect the momentum through the roundness of my body. If my arm is broken here, the structure, I'm not using this perfect circle principle in Bagua. Perfect circle principle means also that when I walk in a circle, I try to make a perfect circle. So it has also very simple aspects, this principle. But for me, mainly it's about the structure and the redirecting ways that my arms paint in space. Okay, so this is what we will focus today on a bit. And then we go into the 8th palm to learn it, drill it for the people that know it already, to focus a bit on the whole form also, to finish the 8 fighting palms of this for the season. Okay, and for the Xingyi/Xuanwu Maton group, we will today look at the whole form piece by piece. We will also start from the very beginning with it to have the time, and we go through it to polish it, to work on rhythm, to see that the directions are correct, all that, yeah, that we that I one time saw all the parts again, and we worked on it. So let me therefore start with Marton for a second, yeah, to show him where to start his form, and then I come directly to the Baga people and show your exercise. Yeah, so I will show you very shortly, yeah, Marton. The beginning, you start here, tack, boom, the beginning of the form, and then you do the whole form until, this part still, this part until here, yeah, before the sweeping the demon puck away comes. Okay, you understood the point? Yeah, perfect, good. And then in a second I will look on you, and we go more in detail what we want to work on there. For the Bagua people, we start with this exercise. We create a very nice and round shape here with this arm, yeah, and standing. We open and circle back like this. Yeah? Then the other side, open, circle back. So we do the opening of the palm and standing, yeah, taking care of two main things. One, my lower arm, the elbow, look, is very far in the front also, and my hand is very much pushing. So I'm very aware of the roundness of my lower arm. So I don't want to see now something like this, my hand like this, soft. No, I have to have this pushing and round positioning of this arm, round in the elbow here, and round in my wrists here. Okay, the elbow is far away from me. Boom, boom. And then I can do my big circle and come back. Yeah, then you change the side. Whoop, whoop. And if this arm is nice and round, the lower arm is nice and round, it's very nice, this feeling of how suddenly it feels like this arm held my momentum of the long arm to circle back. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but you have to feel that over the time, yeah? How the round structure of the lower arm is taking part in the circle movement of the long arm. I can do it very soft. Really, one arm is very strong and round, and the other creates momentum. Then is, I think, the best way to start to feel that in your body. Yeah, and you don't need to take too much care now for charge and release or something like that in the end position. Just round. Not losing the roundness of the opening arm. And seeing how the momentum of the opening arm travels through the back, through the round arm, back into your center. And therefore helps me to pull my arm to the other direction again. Yeah, Amit, can you come for a second? You have to imagine, keep this position. Yeah, can you stand like this? Keep the elbow nice and forward, round, yeah, here. You have to imagine, now he opens the arm, boom. He creates momentum. The momentum goes from the center to the arm. Yeah. Now he redirect. Now we have to imagine while his arm is redirecting the momentum is also going to his arm and in a spiral way back to his center. Yeah. So I open, I throw the momentum out, and because my right arm, my lower arm is still round, the momentum is traveling through my body back into the center in a spiral movement. Yeah, practice it a bit more. Practice it a bit more. With this in your head, yeah. I say it's something you have to feel. How the roundness of the body, of the other side of the body, help you to guide the momentum through the body and to have a side chains. Try, yeah. Try. Improve the roundness, improve the momentum, stay soft in your body. And in half an hour, you can ask me questions. Or at the end of the class. We do just this today. Change the plan. Yeah. Okay, Martin, I will make you big for a moment and I will look. This is an awesome background, Martin. For video would be great. A few things, yeah. Directions, everything is fine. But take care. This is also fine, was also fine. But here, the stick, the tip of the stick went down. Yeah. You see me good, Martin?
No.
Because
I
I spotlight you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, make you big again. Remove spotlight. Yeah. Okay. So look. After the thrusting, yeah, you have this forward thrust and then the downward cutting, the yaw motion. Boom. The yaw motion should not go under the center line. Yeah, so when you have this here, really control the stick parallel to the earth, yeah, and keep the tip on the center line. Number one. Number two is now you were quite much leaning here forward. Yeah, in this moment you don't want to lean too much forward. You want to stay a bit more upright. Yeah. And you have this tuck. Stay here a bit more upright, and then comes this. Moment, sorry. Yeah, then this one was okay. Here in this position, take also care again that you round in the back a bit more. That the elbows are round, and this helps you also to make your back a bit more round. That it's not like tuck, and my back is upright here too much. The beauty of this movement and the power of this movement comes through the connectivity through my lower back and chest. Then okay, tuck, this was okay. Also here, like actually in many parts of this first part now, I felt a bit like the back is too upright, and I would wish for more roundness. Yeah, yeah, but a part of this, for now, I would like to see it a couple of more times. But these are the two first things. Yeah, in the beginning, that the stick is really parallel, that I don't lean too much here in the exchange, and then that my back maintains this cat-like structure throughout the whole drill. Even I have this big exchanging movement. I need to keep my back in a Shenfa kind of round position to guide the movement from one hand to the other and make the stick more unified with my belly. Yeah, let's do one more time, please. And back to the beginning. In the thrusting forward movement in the beginning, 2 steps, yeah, 2 clean steps. 1, 2. 1, 2, yes. And boom, parallel, good. And stay upright. Pull the stick up and keep the head, pull the head also up. Boom. And back again. In the Dien motion, the pointing motion, take the hands more together. So the spinning gets even faster. Yeah. Nice, exactly. Yes. 1, 2, nice. And la, cha. Back round, yes. Back round. Yes. And there's a pointing still. Yeah, here's still a small pointing movement. Wait, I have to spotlight myself now. Replace spotlight. Yeah, okay. Here you have this. After this one, tuck, you have the, oh, my microphone, sorry. This one is fine. And then here still gungu and pointing forward. Boom. Yeah, thrusting. And then you go back into chi linbu and taking the stick into a blocking position over the head, diagonal. Yeah. Yeah, but you have after here, tuck. Also the rhythm is cutting, pointing, blocking. Yeah. And here, as last thing, where was it? Here. After this Lana Jar sequence, see that you correct your feet again. That they're not too open. That if it's not a Banma move, I need to have the feet really parallel in all parts. Okay, again. Hands together in the pointing. But continue. Yeah. Feet parallel, yeah, good. And back round. Feel the movement traveling through the back. Boom. Nice. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Ja and zhi. And it's a chilinbu. Knee goes in. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good, good. Okay. Do this a couple of times, yeah? And take care that in every cutting motion, in every na motion, the stick never goes lower, not parallel to the floor. So the tip goes never more down than the end of the stick. Yeah. Also, I saw it now in this Lana Jar sequence that you goes the tip too much down in the second movement. Yeah, in the La movement it's okay, it can go down, but in the Na, this second movement it shouldn't go down. Stinging motion, the jar also not. Yeah, cool. I mute you for a moment again, yeah? Masha, keep the elbow more away from you, the lower elbow. Yeah. Yeah, the point is that I really have a strong lower elbow and the chest is round. You really feel like this roundness from the lower arm to the chest. This is what make my free arm more stable and more still in the connection. Because my left arm is opening so big, the opening arm is opening so big, my closing arm need to stay even more close to keep my chest round. If my closing arm is not round enough, then the opening of my arm will break my structure.
But I'm thinking now because this hand goes down, right?
Not yet. No.
Because then I put like it wasn't wrong. But it doesn't say the hook hand on the same level, but I put down like here, and then I hook down.
Right?
That's wrong.
No. The arm stays under the armpit. The hand stays under the armpit. My elbow is even more far out than the hand. Yeah, so my hand is closer to the body than my elbow. Then I open, it still stays there. Then I spiral, it still stays there. And only when I push, this hand drops down.
Yeah, but then because the round is now tension, I'm like I'm breaking the structure in this moment.
No, in this moment, it's another kind of structure. In the moment, now my camera stopped, sorry. Always in the best moments. 1 second, I changed the battery. Because it's a strong camera. It's a beast. It's not a camera, it's a beast. Okay, yeah. So here I need this structure, this roundness here. But now in the moment I go into the pushing, my shape's changing, yeah. And then I can take it down because now the both arms take care for this kind of roundness. Okay, like in the opening moment, we're talking about this roundness. So my lower arm needs to support this roundness by staying high and pushing the elbow out. When I go now into the pushing, I have another round shape that is more on this plane. And therefore, both arms go down and see my elbows are still round. I still free with my armpits, but I don't need to keep the elbow high now anymore. I take it down. No, the most important when you want to feel the roundness is in the opening. Because here, and the redirecting movement, yeah, the moment I turn my fingertips back, because this roundness helped me to circle like this, you know. Yeah, like this turning, also the turning of the waist. It's a bit like dancing, you know. With round arms, I can much nicer dance than when my arms are like, I don't know, like this round, my round back and my round arms make me redirect the movement through the round structure. Yeah. Now you see how I dance when I'm alone. Couple of more times, then we upgrade this exercise. Yeah. Andrea, halt den Arm noch konsequenter hier drüben, den unteren. Der muss unter der Achselhöhle bleiben. Nee, nicht da. Genau, unter der Achselhöhle. Ja. Nee, der macht nicht auf. Der darf nicht aufmachen. Nee, der muss wirklich da in der Position bleiben, während der andere aufmacht. Ja. This is the thing. The lower arm needs to be very consequent, while the lower arm, while the upper arm is getting very free and flexible. They give each other balance. Only because the lower arm gives the stability, the upper arm can be so free. Huh? Yes. Yeah. Also, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I told you after half an hour, you know, you understand a bit more. Now it's only 20 minutes. Okay, then perfect circle principle, second exercise for this now. This is fun, yeah. We do the same exercise, and now we start to turn. Yeah, you can do one turn, you can do 2 turns, boom. But I want you to feel the momentum, and you can really, doesn't matter now if you turn like on 1 foot, like this, or if you do steps, because it's the following the momentum of the upper arm just increases the feeling of turning around the axis of my lower arm. Yeah, so I kind of use my lower arm to create an axis together with the round back and my body, so that I can turn around it. So the momentum of my upper arm creates the momentum, and my lower arm and body create the axis where the momentum can travel around. Okay, and therefore it's now this turning that I can play a bit more with the momentum and this axis. Yeah, of course, later we don't turn there, but now it's good to feel that. Yeah, because when I got the first time very aware of this was when I started to practice this form in the freestyle. Yeah, where you turn also here more. The freestyle step work of the 8 palms. Keep the hand more stable. The lower hand. Unter der Achsel, unter der Achsel. Halt die wirklich unter der Achsel. Warte nochmal. Hier und so, so, so und so. Die darf sich nicht verändern, die Hand. Erst am Push darf die sich verändern.
Okay.
Ja, hier darf sie sich verändern. Also more under the armpit. Mit. In the push, in the opening, keep it really under the armpit. Ja? Yeah, your hand has to be under the armpit and the fingertips pointing into the armpit. Not touching, but it's not so far from it, the fingertips. If you have the fingers like half like that, I'm not happy. Yeah, be now there consequent. Otherwise, you will not develop the feeling for this principle. Ellbogen mehr raus, Mascha, noch. Ja. Yeah, it's fun, huh? Yeah. Martin, I cannot see it perfectly now, but I think in this moment where you walk with a couple of steps to the side, yeah, and circle the stick, go diagonally, bit backwards. Yeah. This means when you look to the wall there, the nice wall there, you go a bit diagonally away from this wall, and you're not walking perfectly on a line, but you go a bit forward again to the front, basically, where you started the form. Okay. Yeah, do one more time. Yes, exactly. Dong. And continue the form from here. Okay, stop until here. Yeah, until the last time. One more time, please. From the Chilinbu, yes. And stop. Release. Here you can take care. Play spotlight. I mean, I think it looked quite clean already. You're sweeping away the demon pack, but you need to take care with that the stick tip always stays on shoulder or head level. Yeah, that basically the stick is not falling down and up. I think it didn't do it much. Sometimes I had the feeling a bit, but of course I can not really see it through the video so good. But just when you practice this, take care that my stick always stays flat, and it's changing between chest level and over the head level. Yeah, that it's not the tip is not creating upward or downward movement here in this point. Then when I arrive here, yeah, you have too much of a Chilinbu. Keep the leg a bit more open. It is still, I would say, a Chilinbu, but because I keep my leg a bit more open, I can use this, look, this round arriving here to directly redirect the movement again. If I'm too much turning in here, then it's a bit harder to use the structure to come directly back here. Okay, so keep the knee a bit more open, the hip rotation a bit less. Instead of that, you rotate a bit more with the upper body, and then it's a bit like in Bagua, that I spiral my upper body versus the lower body, and I use the spiral to redirect into the Tien motion. Okay, so that you, after the sweeping, I'm not sure which side, like this, tuck, yes, you have the first sweeping, tuck, then the second sweeping, and then I arrive, boom, structure, and redirect perfectly through this structure and the spiral. This was one part. Then here, okay, this was actually this I liked. Tuck, tuck. Ah, yeah, but then here, when you go forward, 1 second. Ah, yeah. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Really jump forward. Yeah, you want to create space here. The first two is okay. It's on the spot. Then I go back. Then I go forward, and then I do this uppercut, and I also go forward. And after the uppercut, I still have tendency more forward. Yeah, so I do this uppercut, chuck, and then the spinning movement also comes with a step forward. Like tuck, tuck, step forward, yeah, pull close, and then again I step forward. Okay, let's stay with this few things first. And forward, forward, forward. Yes, nice. Elbow was too low, Stasia. Arm with elbows is too low still. Yeah, yeah, go. No, the elbow higher. The hand is good. Yeah. This. Yeah. Yeah, my elbow need to be on chest level here. Not lower chest, but really the middle or upper chest in this movement. And then it goes down. Yeah. Totally a twist. A lot of twist. Huh? The pelvis stays low. Yeah, if you come up too much, then not good. Huh? Yeah. No, if you get good in this principle, you can dance so nice. To show you again my free dance with Margot. Thank you. I will make a video just posting this. Teacher dance as if he's alone. Okay, nice, good. Let's look at this principle in other movements. Okay, for now. I feel this is the easiest one to find it. Or to really practice it and then also transfer it in all the other movements. But there are things also where you can feel it, find it even a bit more easy. And this one, the next one is in the third palm or fifth palm. Yeah, where I use now this round shape and round movement to create this movement. Okay. I mean, it's also the principle of roundness. Is here, of course, but then also here, I have a round shape. It's not a flat shape. This is when I correct people when they're like this. I tell them push really out because like this, they're not round. And then they do this. Look, my lower hand. Then I also tell them push also with the lower hand because only then the lower hand is also round. Otherwise, this hand is only in the elbow round and the wrist is losing the energy. Okay, so both arms need to be in a round shape. My lower arm even more than my upper arm. And here my wrist is also not this or this. It's also slightly round, supporting the round arch of the rest of the body. Okay, then here it's a circular movement. I'm transferring this in a circular way. Pang, and going from one round structure into the next round structure. Also here I correct people when the hands are like this, the elbows like this, or the arms like this. Yeah, the circles are not nice and round if one joint is overextend or overbent. Okay, but the focus we want to do now is on how I create and redirect through this nice movement of my arms here. Like I have a big bucket and I make butter. Yeah. So if you're someone vegan, sorry, yeah, to use this example. 1, 2, round structure, okay? Until here. You do only this. 1, 2. No, this one. I mean, you can do it if I don't look, the other round movement, yeah? And look how my arms create a very round movement and help me therefore to move also forward. Yeah, but at the same time, my leg is not doing this. Okay, my leg is not balancing the roundness of my arms, but it's stepping straight forward. And then I redirect through this round movement, through my round back, the movement into the push, which is also a round push. Okay, so again, 1 second, yeah, 1 second. So again, I have first this roundness, and then I redirect this roundness into this roundness. Okay, without losing any energy. My elbows here are always in 90 degrees. I don't extend my arms like this. Yeah, it's also happening a lot that people do round here, and then they extend suddenly back here too much, and they lose a lot of energy on the way. From here, my arms start to cross, circle forward, and circle around. Circle to the pelvis, and then redirect the circle into circling up, forward, and slightly down. Boom. My back is round here. Okay. Arm that is under, yeah, the arm that is the lower arm later dives under the upper arm, and both are separated and start already the circle movement. And then in the circle movement, they start to meet. Yeah. Let's go. Ach, genau, sorry. Die gehen so am Kopf vorbei, aber nicht so oben drüber. Es ist ein Kreis, aber der Kreis, schau mal, der startet hier, kreist dann hier hoch und hier vorne, nach vorne. Also der Kreis geht nicht so, sondern der ist ein bisschen kleiner, der ist so. Zack, zack. Ja? Ist immer noch ein Kreis, aber ein bisschen kleiner und direkter nach vorne. Yeah. Yeah, the body goes down, the arms stay more or less there in the pushing moment. The endless roundness principle. If you understand this, you don't need me anymore in Bagua. Tell you. Thank you. Rainer, kreis ein bisschen direkter nach vorne und dann zur Seite raus. Ja, du kreist ein bisschen zu stark nach unten und dadurch ist der Kreis sehr klein. Also das Erste, was passiert, ist, die Arme kreisen nach vorne. Ja, und dann, während sie nach vorne kreisen, nach unten. Nee, nicht nach außen, sondern nach vorne und dann Richtung deiner stechenden Hand. Also vor und nach links runter dabei. Und dann bleib ein bisschen höher mit den Armen. Statt runter zu kreisen, kreist du weg vom Bauch. Also der Kreis ist weniger nach unten, sondern so nach vorne, leicht nach unten und dann nach vorne vom Bauch weg. Jawohl, genau. Sehr schön. Das. Ach, das tut doch gut. So einprägen, nie wieder anders machen. Außer ich sag's in einem halben Jahr. Ist egal, brauchst es nicht. Hä? Nee, brauchst du nicht, die Bewegung. Nee, warte, ich gucke gleich mal. Sorry. Ich gucke noch mal hier kurz bei Mascha und dann bin ich bei dir. Mascha, ich gucke gerade ganz genau bei dir, ne? Also.
Yeah, and I started confused after I started to question myself about some things. I forgot the starting point now.
Yeah, the starting point is my left leg is up, left arm is stinking, and then I'm going down with my left foot and circle to the left. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good.
Steve, but I have a question. I am not really understanding because I feel like it's something different to what I did before and not necessarily better. Like first circle, I understand, but because it's two different circles, two different periphery, how it works, what's happening in the moment here? You know, where goes momentum? This is I cannot find momentum.
Yeah, I have the first circle, and then I'm circling a bit back and up. Yeah, so it's a bit my center helped me. My center helped me to redirect these arms in a nice circle.
But then we're losing this momentum of pressing out, no? Or it shouldn't be there.
It is there, but in the moment my hands reach the hip, I'm not pressing anymore. Then I'm starting to lift. Yeah, from here to here.
So we more work for charge and release, momentum charge by crossing.
It is still there, this charge and release, but my center helped me then to redirect this charge into this circle. Yeah, so I do it like this charge, and then my center start to circle up, and my arms follow this upward circle.
Okay.
Yeah, so the center plays a crucial role in the redirecting from one circle to the other. Yeah.
Yeah. I just start to feel like it's kind of, you know, fighting moment goes away and dancing moment comes in, and I'm afraid of it. It feels a bit too dancey.
Yeah, but try a bit, yeah, to see how you can combine these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they come here to the
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Jetzt zu dir, sorry.
Ich habe halt den Degen zu greifen. Ich muss ja hier einpacken.
Ja, also du bist hier, ne? Du bist so. Und jetzt, du kannst dir vorstellen, die linken Fingerspitzen, die definieren die Richtung des Kreises jetzt. Also der Kreis. Und der andere legst du nur oben drauf. Zack, dann Schritt nach vorne und dann nach oben. Genau. Ja. Also guck auf den Arm, mehr als auf den anderen. Hier. Ja. Yeah, forward and around. Yeah. Look one time. Both arms have different roundness or express the principle of roundness a bit different. Look, I have this arm that is pushing here, and I have this arm that is stinging here. My arm that is pushing here follows the fingertips. Yeah, it's actually, I don't really change much the structure of this arm. I'm just with my fingertips, I'm circling like this around. It's a bit like before One arm has this structure that guides us. And here again, I have this round structure and I just use it to pull around. Yeah. The other hand is holding on top and is using this round structure. Yeah. So it's actually simple because I have this and this in both arms, not changing so much their position until they redirect to the other side. Okay. Do now the same exercise with the turn. You can again play with this, either with on the 1 foot up or with a couple of steps. Da, 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 da. And it's like the lower hand fingertips guides you in the circle. It's like you're running after it. Wow, 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 wow. And then the other hand is like on top. And then you can do drunken style.
This is where your order are.
Okay.
Secret wish to send us in the space.
Huh?
I feel we are now training to be sent to the space.
Yeah.
Because it's really
Cosmic Bagua. Traveling into heaven. And continue from there, Martin, from this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sting. Yes. And also here, the turning and twisting should be part of a forward movement. Yeah, so that while you arrive here, you had this tuck, this was good. Yeah, for space reasons, I'm shortening this here now. Then you sting forward, up, also as you did. And now my arms stay open first here and sweep. But yeah, this is just actually the point that I want to say is that every step goes a bit more forward. Yeah, so while I'm doing the sequence of twisting, spinning, pointing, cutting, I have forward movement. Yeah, I have 1 cross step, hook step, turning around, and shoom. Okay, yeah. Do again from the second part beginning until here now. Yes, good. Again, one more time from the very beginning, like not very, very beginning, but beginning of the second part. Yeah, here, genau. Okay, nice. Then, yeah, go a couple of steps backward and then from here continue. Okay, until here. Or actually, no, take this, sorry, take this part in also then later, this opening part. Yeah. But start one more time from the beginning. Oh, yeah, and here's the stop. Good. Yeah. Do one more time. This, I have to say, on the first view, it looks quite clean, this part. And but a nice marble here, please. Toes to the front. Yeah. Okay, a couple of small things that I can say here. Yeah, this one here, tuck. Then this is okay. Okay, was okay. Okay, okay. This part is okay. When you 1 second, how do I show it best? Tuck, tuck. Yes. Here. Lift here. Really lift the leg up a bit more. Yeah, you do a kind of a jump. This is too short. You really want here to boom, for one time, for a moment, to have this charging yourself. Yeah, my leg and the tip of the stick, my knee and the tip of the stick, they build up a connection that pulls and creates the power for the forward movement into the two. Yeah, and this one here is a fine tuck, and here you can turn a bit more to the diagonal. Yeah, so when I kick to the left diagonal, tuck, 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 I end up here to the right diagonal. And then comes this part. Yeah. This was okay. Ah, yeah, the last thing, also very small, is after you have this stick behind the back, and you have now this sequence. Make the arm a bit longer. Really, also here, the stick, the end of the stick and my hand, I separate them from each other for a moment to have this long connection and momentum, almost like pigua. Yeah, and then from here I get smaller again. Tuck, 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 tuck. Yeah, so this 2 or 3 things that I said now for this part. The rest looks quite clean. Good. It's nice. Ah, yeah, and the mabu, of course. Always take care for your mabus. The stick movement can be the most beautiful if the mabu is not good in the end. Untere Hand, Christine, mehr rauspushen. Ja, runterhalten. Okay. Do a couple of more, please. Couple of more for the Bhagavad people. Give it all. The last few. Do a bit smaller steps, Stasya, in like the space, more or less space. Do you stay more on the spot while walking? Still too much. That you're not really walking a circle, but that you walking while staying on the spot. Yeah. They can feel it. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, nice. Now we can continue. Good. Bhagavad. Now we could, of course, work the whole day on this principle. It's so rich and it's everywhere. I could show you so many different examples, but it was important for me now to introduce it one time to you here, and we will work on it anyway. Yeah, when you keep on working with me on in Bhagavad, you will hear of these principles a lot. Yeah, also our next seminar will be a lot about that, the application seminar, and also next season it will be still topic. Yeah, but now I want also to go one time into the 8th palm, that we really saw all the palms this season. Yeah. So the 8th palm. Let's do the first exercise in standing here. Is now like if you start in normal yin yang shodan, yeah, and now my fingertips dive with the palm up to the other side, shung, and open my arm, also like in the basic palm, but with the palm up. Now my wrist is leading the movement into the push. Okay, so I want you to start in yin yang shodan, to sting to the other side, to open big, and then to step out a small step and push into the crossing positions. Not turning, yeah, but only from here. I do just tuck, sorry, with the fingertips, tuck, tuck, and then I just step to the side to have a nice stance. That's it. The movement is very sharp here. Yeah, this in the end is very similar to the basic opening movement, but it's much more sharp, and therefore it's going directly over. It's not circling here, but it's stinging almost, circling to the side out. The sound is good. And then from here, very sharply redirecting itself to the other side. And this is also why I don't want you to turn, because I want you to emphasize the sharpness of the movement. I always imagine a bit like a swallow, this bird, Schwalbe. When they fly, they fly very sharp. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. And this is how your hand should move in this kind of quality. Yeah. The principle of roundness is still there. Perfect circles is still there, but it's much more hidden in this part because it is so sharp circles, more sharp redirecting. That's also why it's the last palm of the fighting palms, because it's the most difficult to find these principles in this form. Okay, let's try. I mean, Masha knows it. Masha, you will join for the beginning now, and then maybe after a certain degree, I will ask you to do a bit other things or the whole form. 1, 2, 3. Sting, open, and push. Yeah, you can say 3 movements you have here. Sting, open, push. Sting, open, push. And these 3 sharp movements need to be perfectly still, connected, that you're not losing energy. The fingertips are very sharp also. So you should feel a stretch in the fingertips, like the fingertips pull the arm out of your shoulder. Woo, 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 woo. Huh? The lower arm is round, yeah, and stays round. It's the same. Huh? Like we practice now. Mhm. Ja. Mhm. Ja, ohne was?
Ja, ohne irgendeine Art von Übergang.
Ja, da ist es relativ scharf. Da ist ein Übergang, aber der ist so klein, dass man den nicht sieht. Also lass erstmal so, wie es ist jetzt. Ja? Das ist gut. Hm? Übergang.
Transition. Like
Transition.
how you come from here, if there is anything you have to take a hand for it to go. Say that there is some, but you don't do.
Hm? Nee, ist nicht wirklich ein Push. Nee, aber die Bewegung kommt wie ein Push. Ja, also man kann sich das schon vorstellen, aber das ist nicht wirklich die Anwendung davon. More sharp. Go from here. It's almost like a direct sting next to your shoulder. Ja, weit und die Handfläche nach oben dabei. Und die genau, Finger zusammenlassen. Erst am Schluss können die wieder öffnen. Marton, in the sting that comes before the kick, see that it's a gungbu, yeah? That your rear leg is on the floor and long. Okay, continue here. And stop until here. Again. And start a bit before, actually, because the two positions have to be connected. This like this upwards cutting and the yun motion. So start before the upwards cutting. Yeah, so that you here upwards cut and then directly to have this transition together. Park, yes. Up and turn. There's this upwards cut, the arriving of the upwards cut give you the momentum for the yun, for the upward spiral. For the yeah, for this. You need to redirect this momentum boom from one to the other. Yes. In the drum motion, you can get up to your toes, yeah. Like in the last one, when you really have this moment of instability, I go up, my leg goes over, and I'm on my toes, and I'm almost falling. Like I feel you look still very stable here, and it's okay, but go onto your toes. Later, you can almost do this in jumping. Okay. Zwei. Yes. Okay. Even a bit more, yeah. Playful with the time. After the drum feels more comfortable, it's really drum, step, and drum, and fall. Like that. It's with the time. With every drum motion, the circling gets smaller and faster, like a zzz, like stinging, like a bee that flies and then starts to sting, spiraling itself into the sting. Okay, the Bagua group Let's do the second part of this palm. Starting now the exercise from here. And now you open into a gungbu and circle from this crossing position into this pushing position. Yeah. So it's like almost like that, but now I'm circling very down and up. And it's a hard zoom movement. Yeah, also still in this vibe of this bird, the sparrow. Now circle up, and when you circle up, circle a bit to the outside of your leg, like that. You're not, look, I'm circling up here, and I'm not on the line with my leg, but I'm circling a bit behind my leg. Then I'm circling down and circle up on the other side. What? Again, look, I'm crossing. I'm circling to the right. I'm circling slightly down and to the left. Okay? Did you understand? This is super important. I create momentum like this. 1, 2. Yeah, you make a U. Okay? Huh? I show you one time the last part of this exercise now, yeah? So I do like this. 1, gungbu, swing down, swing up, and then look. I jump with my left foot forward. Okay? I do it with you very slow. Push, right arm goes to the right up, gungbu. Then swing slightly down. And when you swing now up to the left, you do a small jump with the left forward. Okay? Easy, huh? Again. Right swings to the right side up. Swing slightly down and swings up again. I jump. Yes. This is the exercise, yeah? Push up, circle down, push up, jump. And the more dynamic you do it, the more you will feel how the swinging movement is. It gives me momentum for the jump. Yeah, I'm redirecting the power from this sharp movement up into a light jumping motion to the other side. Endless roundness principle redirecting. Yeah? Keep the arm extend, yeah.
Also for.
Yeah, extend. I told you here, this palm still has the roundness principle, but it's harder to understand. So for now, don't think about it. Try to remember the sequence. Yeah, this is the palm that makes the most fun. Definitely. Huh? Yeah, the palm I can do the most fun about students. Hoppa. Ist okay. Ich habe nur Angst um Amits Leben. Ja, dann runter und hoch. Und ja, genau. Ja. Andrea, das hintere Bein dann hinten lassen, ja? Also du das hintere Bein hinten lassen. Also ich bin hier, das ist gut, dann springe ich Mein hinteres Bein bleibt aber so ein bisschen hinter dem gesprungenen Bein. Also es geht nicht nach vorne. Ja, genau. Which Gungu? No. Wait. Ja. Yeah. Yes, because there should be still kind of like a stop inside, and the gungu help you to have the stop. Yeah. Masha, take care for your leg with this jump. You can also do it without jump, just with a step.
It's also maybe good to drill it without the jump sometimes, just to have the.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, but this was also already a jump. This was already a jump.
Oh.
It should be a small jump, not too high. Not skateboarding, yeah? Yeah? Okay.
Steve, when we go from this position, leading our center to through the arm, and then
Yeah.
the arm leading by second motion when we finish.
Yes, exactly. The momentum here is coming from the center, bringing the arm up, and then my arm takes over, redirecting the movement and pulling my center to the other side. Yeah, there we are back to the principle, guiding center, spiraling periphery. Huh? Yeah, the thing, like the center throws the arm up, boom, and the arm leads me and pulls me into the other direction. The hand is with the fingertips like pulled towards the body, yeah? Flexing, extending, sorry, the arm. Okay, I show you the next part. Yeah, here. So from here, up, down, up, step or jump. And in the moment, look, in the moment I redirect here, my other arm starts to sting over the hand. So it's not just one arm, actually. Here's one arm, and then my arm goes down. The second arm, the lower arm, starts to go into the sting. And both hands are up here. Then I do a cross step. Yeah, do a cross step. My arms are still long. Then I turn, similar to the fourth and fifth palm ending, right? But then I'm doing this here. Okay, my long arm becomes the shorter arm, and my other arm exchanges and becomes the longer arm. Yeah? I'm standing in a mabu, and my arms twist me against the legs. So I have one more time. One, spiral down, start to sting. Two, do the cross step, and then with the turning, the arms exchange. Boom, to here. Very simple, yeah? Have it? Let's do it one time together. And push, right, down, up, sting with the left. Then cross step, turn on the right foot down, open the left foot, exchange the arms, round in the left, and hit with the right, basically. Yeah? And you have this both arms spiral here all the way. Yeah, my lower arm towards the index finger, and my upper arm also towards the index finger. Both have this spiral. Yeah? And the lower arm is very tight and close to the elbow here, not too far apart. Okay, let's try.
Steve, I have one small question.
Yeah,
When
bitte.
After the jump and I landed on one leg, I stay more or less upright when I cross this foot. but by our principles to stay round, do I have to bend and really link with my upper body by turning and changing to the fist or not?
Yeah, you have to stay round in the chest.
But I mean, how much I would lean from here?
Show me.
You know, do I sweep also my upper body?
Yeah,
Or
wait.
go in the center, turn around the center, only arms are sweeping.
A bit, not too much. As you did now was too much, but it's a bit happening. Like that my upper body goes a bit more forward and then leans here to the side also. But it's not like this.
Yeah, because we want to redirect energy to the arms, right?
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
upper body.
So I would say like this kind of angle here. Yeah, but not more.
Yeah.
Feet are parallel. Huh?
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Yeah, it's a fashion. Yeah.
How do I say like
Yeah, almost. Yeah. We'll go again to the position.
here or here?
Here, under. Now cross step. Now rotate on the rear foot, and the hands look. Both of my hands turn to opposite directions now. The right one down, the left one up. And then I'm in this position, and I just need to close.
So this
Yeah.
is then the final position.
Yeah, bit more back. And keep the feet parallel. Yeah. Yes. Okay, this is okay. And continue, Martin. Form from here. In the very end, the body needs to lean more. Now, when you have this sweeping movement, boom, really go a bit more, because you're flexible. Go a bit lower into your stance, and then take the head really to the side away, boom, and then you can turn in here and come up. Yeah, but like that here, my stick is staying more or less actually on the same plane as it was all the time. Yeah, in this not pointing with the spear tip, or stick tip, spear tip upwards. Then it's too less. The tip should stay almost on the same level as the rest of the stick here. And then I can twist, arrive, boom. Yes. What else? There was not so much, I think, also in this part. Yeah, in this. Come from here. Yeah, here. You can take this the stick a bit more diagonal. Yeah, before doing that, your stick is a bit like this, but really whoop, bring it a bit more up the end of your stick, and then you're here. Boom. And the rest, yeah, this was okay. Tack, Yeah, this was okay. Okay, one more time, please. Eine Sekunde. Yeah, nice. One more time. Before the sweeping movement, you have this step back, right? This when you fold the stick. You have here this folding of the stick and the step back. And this stepping back comes a bit heavy. Yeah? You can try to have a bit more like a floating kind of ceiling. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, that you jump less up and down and stay. You try to stay on the same level, and the legs very light, circling back. And then the moment you arrive a bit more heavy is the moment the stick arrives, and you start to pull through. Yeah, so that you have this exchange of qualities. Very light, and this lightness helps you to bring the tip back. Yeah, so this, and also the other way around, the circling back of the tip help you to move backward. And then you arrive heavy, and this is the moment you pull the stick all power into the Lun movement, yeah, to the sweeping motion. Yeah. Okay, nice. And let the stick spin a bit closer to the head with the time, yeah? And you feel comfortable. Now it's very far away. But yeah, of course, take care not to hit yourself. Rainer, du kannst ein bisschen mehr reindrehen. Der hintere Ellenbogen, der linke, genau, der zieht dich so in die Drehung rein. Ja, sehr schön. Don't jump too high, Amit. You don't want to the stars, you want forward. Yeah.
Linear, right? The movement is not really linear. I want to kind of...
Yeah, you will walk in an angle. Yeah. I show later when we. Yeah. Okay.
Steve,
Ja, bitte.
Die Endposition ist so ein bisschen wie Hang am Chingi, nur die hintere Hand ist am Ellbogen, ja?
Genau, genau. Ich erwähne es so ungern im Bagua, weil die meisten kein Chingi können. Aber das ist genau die Hang-Position. Mit der Hand am Ellenbogen, genau. Okay, Bagua crew. Last piece of the hand. Then we can combine everything and practice it a bit to the end. And this is now the hardest part. Yeah? Oh, no, it's actually not the hardest. The legs do this. My front leg exchange with my rear leg. Yeah, look this. And then I sweep with the rear leg over the floor. Yes. So it's like slow. 1, 2. When I do it fast, boom, one movement. Okay. The arms do in the same time. My lower hand circles up, and my upper longer arm circles. Oh, sorry. Inside the arm into yin yang shodan. Yeah, this is the hard. Did I do this? Wait. Sorry, no, wait. No, I showed the wrong way. It's the other way around, yeah. The long arm goes up over the head, and the small arm goes inside. So I do this. Tuck. Yeah. You can do it slow. Stand with the right arm, the long arm. Then exchange the right with the left while the right arm goes up. Then I set the right down, and my left arm goes inside the right arm out while the left leg also kicks. Open, palms open. Yeah, one more time. Right leg and right arm go up. Then when they go down, the left arm and the left leg go up. Yeah, so it's actually quite simple from the coordination, because the sides, my right arm, my right leg do kind of the same thing together. 1, then down, 2, left up, left forward. Okay? Yes. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay? Let's do it in the whole palm. Stand in yin yang shodan. Right hand in the front, best, yeah? Do that you stand with the right hand to the in yin yang shodan. So you're not confused with the sides in a second. Then spiral and open your foot like in the first palm. Open and push. Then open to the right, pendle down to the left, and sting to the left. You jump a bit diagonal to the left side. Now you step with the right foot 90 degrees, and you spin. Vroom. Then my right leg goes up, my right arm goes up, they exchange. Left arm, the left arm spirals inside, my right arm forward. Okay, wait just 1 second. Take my friend. It's my friend. This is the center, the turtle. Yeah. So we stand facing to the turtle. Then open with a cross step and push. I'm facing still to my center. Open. Then I sting and I go a bit diagonal to the next trigram. A bit diagonal, 45 degrees, in other terms. Then I step onto the next trigram with my cross step and I turn. Boom. So now I'm 90 degrees from where I was before. And here I stay. 1, 2. Yeah? Again. Ready? And sting. Open. Push. Redirect. Right, down, left, up. Diagonal to the next trigon. Cross strap to the next trigon. Boom. Jump and exchange. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Theoretically this and then yin yang shodan.
But the key parameter is
Yeah. Like they're hooking up the toes. Yeah.
how in the finish.
The finish is, here's the finish. And from here I start walking again. Yeah. This is this 8 palm. And now you know it already on the circle. Yeah. Practice it with a circle point, a center point already. So in a second we can just add the walking. Okay. Ready, steady, go. Try to do this, the side we learned now and then translate it to the other side. We have still a good time to practice this now. And Marton, because it's also working so good here with you, you can now go into the whole form now, running it a couple of times until we end the training today. Yeah. You have questions to the form?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, my question is that I finished the form very far away from where I beginning. So I don't know if I'm taking a wrong turn somewhere or I'm just stepping too big to the left side.
I will.
Yeah.
I take a look one time. Yeah, when you walk it, maybe
Okay.
I can see where you can save some space and where you can add some space. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Eine Sekunde, ja. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Nice. I mean, a big part of the form I didn't saw now, yeah, from around the half because of the camera. But I think how many of this you do here, of these sweeping motions? I'm not sure if you do enough here. From wait here, tack this. Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You do really 4 steps here? No, you do 3, I think. No. Yeah, do 4 times. I showed it often with 2 or 3 steps because of the space here. Yeah, and maybe I said it the first time 4 times, and then I didn't mention it anymore so much. So maybe it was a bit the problem of the space here. Yeah, so here really do like tack 1, 2, 3, 4 cross steps, and then also my mabu, I open it more to the left. Yeah, so I am not really on staying here, but I'm also going another step to the left with that. Yeah, and there make a couple of more centimeters to the left. Then what else was that I could see? Yeah, here. Then here you can try to make a bit more space to the left also with the first sweeping movement. That you really take here a lot of space, tack, tack, tack. And then here a bit less space, because anyway you want to use this momentum then not so much to go into space, but to right and redirect. Yeah, so the first as sweeping, really want to make from here, but really want to make movement into space, while the second sweeping want to make the movement a bit more on spot and create this spiral redirection momentum. Yeah? So these are the first 2 things I can say now from what I saw. Try this and see how much more you get to the left. Yeah. Yeah, but the form needs a lot of space. This is one of the things. Best you go to a soccer place and use the whole spot. Füße parallel. Ja. Ja, du hast Angst. Du hast Angst, da zu springen. Nee, Quatsch. Also. Du musst hier den Arm, den rechten Arm, mehr nach links rüberziehen, dass der Körper sich verdreht. Hier? Ja, mach ruhig mal noch mal langsam. Von hier. Hoch, Schritt und jetzt schlagen und austauschen, aber innen austauschen, den unteren Arm. Und zum Zentrum verdrehen und die Fußspitzen bleiben oben. Noch mehr zum Zentrum drehen. Dein Zentrum ist hier. Zack. Zack. Ja, zum Zentrum drehen. Fußspitzen nach vorne, Knie nach vorne, Hüfte zum Zentrum. Ja. Ja, ansonsten ist es auch für den Anfang schon okay. Übt es ruhig langsam am Anfang. Ja. Ja, die Faust geht erst hoch, dann öffnest du. Ja. Yeah, I see here a bit in the end movement the difficulty of you guys, for the Bargo people, to separate the leg and the arm. That my leg can kick really forward, following the line of my standing leg, and my arms spiral and open to the other direction, to the center. And this is what you want to have here, yeah? Tap, boom. Foot goes there, arms go there. Yeah, you sweep over the floor with the heel. Doesn't have to be too strong, but like a slight. Ja. Nee, zum Zentrum. Here I'm standing towards the center. And then I'm pointing still towards the center. With my arms. Yeah, and opens in the way down. Yeah, it blocks over the head. Blocks over the head and then opens with the exchanging. Yeah. Yeah. But then less the focus on down, more onto the side. Yeah, spiral. Try both sides, yeah? If you haven't done this yet. 10 more minutes. Then we call it a day. Ah, yeah, if you want, add the walking. Sorry, I forgot. If you want, add the walking now. And you don't need much information from me. The rest works like in every other palms, yeah? Das ist ja noch voll viel Platz. Und das heute, wo wir so wenige sind. Und Arme weiter zusammen, genau. Ja, da kann man ruhig den Boden so einmal mit der Ferse berühren, genau, beim Rüberschleifen. And the leg that was kicking forward is then also the first step already, yeah? The inner foot. Yeah, I see you still not arriving much closer to your spot, huh? Martin.
A few steps closer, but still a bit far. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is now I don't see exactly what happened on the other side.
Yeah, I already filmed the whole form, but I just didn't send it yet.
Yeah, okay,
For
that's good. This is good, but it's also not such a big problem in the form to not arrive exactly on the point. Of course, you want usually to come to the point back, but it's in this form quite normal that you have a bit like this drill to the left direction more. Yeah, so you can look a bit yourself which steps I can make a bit smaller to the left and which one I make a bit bigger to the right to balance this a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
And then if I see the video, I can also say maybe more about it one more time.
Yeah. Okay.
You sent me already things? No, not yet. No.
No, not yet. No, I just filmed now and then I will send you today. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. Looking forward to it. But I have to say that it looks very good, the form already. You need to look a bit on, sometimes on your Mabu stances, they open a bit too much the feet. Sometimes
Yeah.
the back positioning that you make really use of the roundness and that the center is behind the stick through this roundness. But yeah, like the stick handling, you can see that you have the experience and you learned it very fast now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about the 6 harmonies that you've been talking yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So is it also in the stick form? Because
Yeah.
sometimes it feels like it's much better, like yeah, like yeah.
Like what you mean?
It's
Sorry.
stick, like one end is connected to the opposite, like
Yes.
sometimes, yeah.
The stick is like another body part of you. So like when we say the wrist is in harmony with the ankle, now also the stick is another joint. Yeah. So this, we could say the 3 outer harmonies has suddenly 4 outer harmonies with the stick together. Of course, it's not 4; it's still 3 because when the arms are in harmony, the stick will be in harmony. But you have here also this, like, it starts with things like in Shingi, yeah, that we when we do the basics of spear, for example, that I'm, let's say, in basic cutting. Yeah, my left arm arrives first, and my rear arm, yeah, arrives first, and my front arm cuts second. Yeah, so the arms have this connection with each other to create a chain motion in my stick, this wave that brings the power then into the tip. Yeah, and therefore I need this one arm, second arm, and this one arm, second arm, this delay is of course also just a result of my body interacting with each other. Yeah, that my one step arrives first, the other step arrives second. I have this chain motion through my body. My center is guiding the chain into my arms, and the arms send it into the rear arm first, second arm second, in order to bring this chain motion also onto the stick. And this kind of, here's a very simple example of this. Yeah, how the stick has also this is a part of this harmonies. But this you have in all the movement, that you can look always. One arm has to be more active than the other. First of all, like it's also in the sweeping motion here, or sorry, this yun motion. That when I go over my head, and now when I spiral in here, first my lower arm arrives, then my upper arm arrives, and like this I can also give on the chain of my body into the stick, into the power, into the tip. Yeah, it's the same idea than here. This is why we practice this so much. It's just now on another difficulty to see it, maybe, because it's a much more complex movement. But the idea is still there. One arm arrives, second arm arrives, and like that, I can give on the Shenfa motion, the body motion, into my stick. Boom. Yeah, and redirect it to the other side. So there is also here no stops. It just looks a bit more stop because I have now another extension of my body. The delay is a bit longer of the chain. Yeah, because here now my body arrives, but the chain goes on into the stick. Boom, arrives. But in the moment the momentum arrives the tip of my stick, I'm redirecting the movement already and creating another motion. Yeah, so in Taiji we have this, that my center arrives, my arms arrive a bit later, and my center is already going to the next movement. So it looks for a moment like I'm stopping, but actually my center was already initiating to the other direction, redirecting the movement. So there's never really real stops there. It just looks like stopping because the movement starts in the center and is very small, the next movement. And here with the stick is the same. But the delay and the stops can look a bit longer even, because the way is longer out to the end of the weapon. Yeah, but yes, to answer your question, the 6 harmonies is in the end in every inner martial art, and this is also why when I teach weapon, usually also the sword, I usually teach it after the basics are there. I don't teach the weapon first, because for me, if you don't have the body connection and the center control, the harmonies, if the harmonies are not there, the sword will not be connected. And the danger is that many movement come then, or the stick, many movement come from the arms, from the shoulders, and not from the center. And I think it's also actually a good question, because I think because you have a lot of weapon control already with the stick, what I see from you, what you have to much more take care for is the harmony work and the connectivity work, the Shenfa work, looking a bit like how the body is still only moving in chains, how the roundness is there, you know, how all these things. And then yeah, if these things come together, and it's really quite good, the weapon control and the harmony work.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also can say your harmonies are also already quite on a good level, because you do also a lot of Taiji and stuff like that. But if I look now at your stick, I think this is in the stick work, the thing you need to do more emphasize than the actual stick control. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Barbara, yeah, please, question.
So here we'll go far.
No, you go far. You go far. Yeah, this show it in front of the camera. The question was, after the stinging here, in the turning, if my arms do a big circle, far circle, and the answer is yes. Yeah, don't spiral through the body, but spiral around. Okay, the 8th palm is the first palm where we really do big circles with very long joints. Yeah, this is something because the 8 basic fighting palms, they introduced the principles of Bagua in a smaller frame. Yeah, this means smaller frame means my joints stay relatively in small angles all the time. The movements stay very round. Yeah, the circles, you can say, stay very clear, visible in the joints. Yeah, in the second fighting form that we have, the Yin Yang Bagua system, you bring this on the next level. The movements suddenly are very big. Yeah, you have this wow, big movement, pop, kick. Like the arms are most of the time actually like swinging in big circles, yeah, in this form. And the 8th palm is introducing that a bit, like the 8th palm of our basic form introduced this already a bit. Prepare you for the second form. Okay. Yeah. There's a second form, and it's very long. and complex. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. It's the Yin Yang Bagua, and so far I just taught it one time. Yeah, because it needs really solid foundation. Otherwise, you don't know what to do there. It's absolutely nonsense. Really, yeah. Like it's also the form I work on since a couple of years, and takes time. And without the basics in the eight basic palm, you just do movements, and the movements are very complex and very long and very confusing, that then you are so busy by trying to remember the form that you have no principle training at all. So this is why I say you have to earn and gain the principles in hard work, long time in the first form that we do now, and in the Qigong palms. And then when you have a solid foundation, when I say the first form looks like something real, then you can start to go to the second form, because then the principles are there and you can really focus on remembering, learning this long form and complex form. And you don't need to worry too much to lose all the time the principles and the basic movement mechanics. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, cool. Let's come here to an end. Everyone is quite finished. Yeah, last question is you can ask many questions, like no. Yeah, I mean, yes, the question is if here, I always repeat it for the people here also, yeah? If it's like a chain motion that with which I'm throwing my arms around, yes, it is, but not visible. Yeah, like it's not like this big, but of course the movement mechanic comes like that. My center brings the movement to the shoulder brings the arm up, and then my center is pulling the arm also back in while it's shooting the other out. Yeah. Okay, are there more questions? Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of really bad.
Okay, so everyone heard the speech of before, no? Almost everyone. So I think I will not repeat it about setting your mind again for the next season. And also, yeah, I would see now for Bagua specific, yeah, this 8, because you learned now the 8 fighting palms. Yeah, the 4 first a bit more solid, the second 4 a bit less solid, especially the people that are in the first generation, the first time now. The other people should know the 8 palms good by now. But yeah, I still, in any case, I would see it a bit more as, okay, I learned it now. I didn't master it yet, yeah? That's what I say. It's the start, and in Bagua, it takes time. And this is also why I always tell people when they come to me and say, tell me, I am kind of in the beginning of my Kung Fu journey. I want to learn Bagua. I tell them, careful. Yeah, you can do that, but it's the hard way. It's the way not many people in my career as a teacher managed to went through. And this is also why Mart is the only one I taught now the second palm, because usually people stop in the first 3 years, because it's you doing 3 years always the same, while other people in Taiji learning all kind of new forms and new movement and new principles, and you in Bagua have to fight for this basic mechanics that you learn in Taiji, and in more simple ways you have to fight for them in a very complex art. Yeah. Like Bagua was an art, said always, that's not that the founder of Bagua, Dong Hai Chuan, he taught it to 8 martial arts masters. Yeah, this art. It wasn't he had beginners and then he taught these beginners, Bagua and they were giving on Bagua in the world, but it was, he taught Bagua to martial art masters of all kind of styles. Our guy was a wrestling champion, yeah, in Mongolian and Chinese wrestling. And he learned Bagua, and then, yeah, even then it's hard work, yeah. And so this is why I say, when you start with Bagua, what you have to bring is patience. It needs time. Yeah, it needs time, it needs patience, and you need to be ready to do the first palms, the first 8 palms for a while. Yeah.
May I tell something?
Yeah.
About my videos, because I was also starting with the Bagua, and I think 2 months ago I found so exhausting because I felt that everything was a lot of effort, and I didn't have to practice much longer because I just did it to people. And then I wanted to do these videos, and when I did the first week and the videos, I was so unsatisfied. I felt so awful. Like, no, that's not true. And then I started to run in the circle, and I discovered something because Steve always said, first the toes and then the heels. And I really practiced the one, and I just get down that I really lift the whole foot. It was so good, and then I thought I would do it. I did something absolutely different, and I saw different. And I just practiced that, and now practice for, I think, nearly 2 weeks. I get up in the morning and I'm like 1 hour in the sauna. Just first started with the steps, just walking and stuff. Then I did the Qigong palms. And when you mentioned that just yesterday with the auto harmony, because this is the third Qigong palm, I understand it now because it's like movement while the ground is harmony. While I'm standing on one foot, I have to keep the balance. And this is so exciting to me. I really love it. And when I discovered in these 2 weeks, there was so much energy. It was amazing. I was really only 1 hour in the morning, 1 in the evening. And I really, I did things. I wanted to do the 2 weeks, then a week. And I love my knees much better. And the next week, I also try to make the videos and all the weekends, the videos not satisfied. This weekend, and now it changed so much. It's another dynamic, but I really want to go on with this one.
Yeah, cool.
It's not because it's my it's just the thought that you get. You know, that's the body, it's amazing. But I really needed less sleep.
I give this on for a second to the people online also, yeah, because they don't hear it probably. So I tell them in a nutshell, yeah, what Andrea said now. Because she said she practiced since 2 weeks now every morning and every evening 1 hour Bagua steps. Yeah, and first of all, she discovered how the harmonies are also in this Qigong palms and steps. And also what she discovered is that she has so much more energy since she's doing that. She's sleeping less, and she is managing to do a lot of things in her life that she wanted to do for quite some time. And yeah, I think it's a cool thing to share, that how Bagua and the walking, the basic walking, can also bring energy. To do it in a bit more extreme way, like you. Yeah. 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 Cool. Okay. So what I wanted to say? Yeah, I wanted to finish this fast with this form now. Yes, don't see it as it's finished now, but it's the start to practice it more and to work on it. Nevertheless, in the next season, for the people that been now the first season with me, you will go into the Qigong palms. But I plan in the season after the season, so the 4th season, we come back to the fighting palms and work again on it and deepen it. Yeah, so you learn the 2 most important systems, and you have now a bit time to digest the 8 palms, but then you will learn them, you will practice them again. So it's not over. And be also ready for that. There comes teacher training where we do again the 8 palms. Don't lose them in this 1 year now. Practice them for a bit. I might also do an online class for Bagua coming soon. Also a good chance to repeat the stuff if you're not here. Otherwise, if you're here, of course, you join the online the classes in the school. Yeah, and
Thursday.
yeah, Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday is still going on?
Yeah, Wednesday still we do Bagua, Thursday we do Bagua. Good times for Bagua in the school.
And it's still the Wednesday is the basic. And,
Yeah. Both days are basic.
Hmm?
Both days are basic.
Yeah, but Wednesday one week. Well,
Yeah.
Wednesday like really basic stuff and
Yeah, both are basic. Wednesday, Thursday basic, both basic. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you have something else to say? Do you have something else how I can steal the time on your Sunday? No, I think I'm good. Also, what I said, we see us anyway in September. I'm looking forward also to have with each of you small talk. Yeah, if you have things on your mind, also bring them to the talk. Yeah, and part of this, unless someone has something else to say, to ask, to share, we will close it here. Okay, thank you very much. It was a pleasure today. It was a pleasure this season. And yeah, see you soon.